Hello, hello. Good evening, everybody. How we doing? Alrighty. Let's get this all booted up. Goodness. Excuse me. Man, it's been so nice today. It's just been raining and raining and raining. You'll love to see it. Scared all this garbage. All right. Gotta turn the sound back on. So, as you may have guessed by the name of the stream, and the all that jazz, I'm gonna be playing a good bit of Khatep today. Can finally hear your thoughts on 6.4. Well, 6.4 is not out. I don't know if there's gonna be a 6.4, so I can't say I have much thoughts there. 6.3. So what are my thoughts on 6.3?
You bring a token trinket to give to Front. Yes. Good. I accept your offering for Molder Clan.
Molder Clan.
Isaac S. donated $5 through Super Chat. No question for now. Here's 1/4 of a burrito.
Oh, well, thank you for the quarter of a burrito. I really appreciate it. That's a big fucking burrito if it's... I mean, I guess when YouTube takes their cut, that might end up being a quarter of a burrito. But, like, $5 for a quarter of a burrito? What kind of fucking burritos are you eating? Hammond, thank you for the $2 super chat. Where's my DJ at Khatep? I want my $2 back. He's right here. He's right here, and you're never getting it back. You're never getting it back. Sean Schultz, can Sotek stay in the heat of his office in the day? I can now. It's been, oh man, it has been miserable the last probably 2 weeks, but the last week in particular has been really bad as far as like heat goes. It has been hot. It is starting to cool off a bit though. Producky, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 21 months. 21 months, gosh. Wow, okay. Thank you. That is a very long time. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Also, welcome to the stream. Kanako87, Judges Band Server, John Locke Cole, Living Legend, Skywampa66. And actually, here, I'll just be nice and just run through a bunch of people. Holocaust, Liam, Nikonite, Ezek Corporation, Hannibal, Hip Hoppopotamus, Razor Dragon Trail, Archimedes, Dudum James, Zictive, Razor Dragon Trail, Great Notice, Zictive, Legan Wood. Is there a Lorebeard stream on Sunday? Tomorrow, yes, there is a Lorebeard stream tomorrow on Andy's channel. It's Morathy Part 2. So we're gonna be doing more wonderful, delicious Morathi. As we should finish Morathy tomorrow, because we're gonna just like start with Morathy the Hag Queen, and we're really gonna delve in hard to everything Morathy's done in Nagaroth, which is less complicated. It's a much more straightforward storyline. Like there's a couple of important things to talk about, but it's still gonna take a stream. But it's not, we're not going to be like losing our mind trying to get through it. Yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow and wrapping that up, which will be good. And then the week after that, we'll be going back to the stuff y'all voted for. Lord Gron, thank you for the 38 months. Grand. Thank you. I really appreciate that. All right. Do you think we'll get a Stormweaver Lord option for the High Elves?
Joins the Red Host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
I don't know.
The fact Geo did not win is the biggest shame. How could the unchivalrous schools do this to fair Bretonia?
Listen, Bretonia is so chivalrous that they always hold open the door for everyone else, so they just permanently lose the polls because they're always nice enough to let other people go through. Grassive Kaelshin? That's a weird name. I feel like that's almost a reference to, like, Grace. But I don't think... That's a very strange Tomb King name. Oh, we got Wise?
Yes,
Damn! Wise as a starting trade is pretty fucking good.
Offering for Mulder Clan.
Scion of the Emperor donated $7.99 through Super Chat. I now have both of the Archaean Duology books in audio format. Do
Nice.
you think they're decent books worth experimenting?
So... I'm gonna be really honest. Yes. Okay. So... thank you for the Super Chat sign. Yes, I do think they're a good story. I do think the Archaeon books are a good story. I do think you have to approach them with the understanding that Rob Sanders was not really interested in... He didn't create the Archaeon we know. The first book. The first book is about a Archaeon, but it's not about end times Archaeon. It's a different Archaeon. He's very similar to the Archaeon of the end times, but there are some key differences in his story. So he's not the exact same guy, but I do think it's a good story. And Cosper303, thank you so much for the 33 months. Holy shit. Night of Rain, thank you for the 17 months. If you are a Bretonia fan, though, I will say, I don't know, maybe show up to Lorebeards tomorrow and, maybe you'll hear something interesting. If you're a Bretonia fan. Okay, let me get caught up on everyone's questions. Which Merworm do you think the Hyles will get? I think they'll get the classic one. I think Hyles are just gonna get the really straightforward classic Merworm. The one that probably has regeneration and is like pretty cool. I think they'll get the regenerating one. And then I suspect, hopefully, if they do a good job of spreading it out. Wait, I think they all regen. So if they all regen, then I think they'll get the poisonous one. The one with poisoned attacks. Is it jarring going from the duology to the end times book? The duology... Oh, right. It's a little jarring, but it's not horribly jarring. It's a little jarring. Like it works. It's a little weird because obviously the Archaeon of the end times is a different Archaeon. He makes references to his original story, as depicted by Rob Sanders. But there are elements of Rob Sanders' story that I don't think work in the later lore. And you'll see those. I don't want to spoil it, but you'll see when you get through the series.
For Mulder Clan.
Firesnake 905 donated $5 through Super Chat. Do you think the Enagash DLC will involve Death Elementals?
No. No, I do not. I think that we are far more like... Well... Okay, it depends. If they do Nagash as the Undead Legions, and he's more focused on getting units that are more things specifically for him, I could see him getting the Incarnate Elemental of Death. If he's gonna be more of like a support for the other undead factions, then I think instead they're gonna focus on fleshing out the other undead factions like the Tomb Kings, Vampire Counts, and Vampire Coast. Mostly Vampire Counts and Tomb Kings. And we'll see more content for them. So it just depends on which interpretation of Nagash they go with. It's not impossible. But the Incarnate Elemental of Death is usually not seen as an undead unit. It's usually seen as something a bit more, you know, on the like the classic death. So we'll have to see. All right, I'm just gonna fire through a lot of these questions real fast. So which murder worm do I think the house are gonna get? The classic one. I think that's the one that has poisoned attacks. Because I think the the one that I would want for the dark elves has the ice abilities, so it's like the cold one, the Paga worm, and then I would really like to see the Vampire Coast get the Skeel worm, which is the one I think that's all like shadowy and shit. Cosper, thank you again for the 33 months. Thoughts on the Dread Mod being on the table? I feel pretty goddamn confident that that is a tease that one of the factions for that we're getting is gonna have the Dread Maw in it. I don't know which faction's gonna have the Dread Maw in it, but I feel extremely confident saying that a faction, it's either, I mean, obviously it's either Slaanesh or the Norska. I would guess it's gonna be Norskin, because I don't really think the Dreadmaw makes a ton of sense for Slaanesh. And it's more of like a wasteland of chaos, darkland, Norska-ish ballpark creature, like Southern Chaos Waste, which is like close to Norska, and but I mean, it's also like, to be fair, it is a big snake creature essentially. I mean, it's a big snake. So I could also very much see the argument that it could be a Slaanesh monster, and I don't think I have a compelling counter argument. So it's gonna be one of them. I just don't know which one.
Yes. Good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Oh, Mulder Clan.
Scion of the Emperor donated 30
My God,
Australian
he gets
dollars and 99 cents through Super Chat. Do you think it could be justified to have Oceanids and Sea Elementals usable by Alberican / or Aranessa given their connections to Manon? I'm a big fan of Lords getting access to unique units.
Where it makes sense for the flavor. I agree, Scion. I could see the argument. That's a tricky one. I could see the argument that Aranessa could get the Oceanids as a Mannonite unit. That's interesting to me. But at the same time, that's kind of represented by her relationship with the sea creatures that she has. And that's hard. That's tricky. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what the Oceanids are going to be exactly like. Okay, so here's the tricky part, right?
Good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Saint Box donated 10 Australian
Thank
dollars
you.
through Super Chat. I have visions, theories gifted
Y'all
to me
are
by the great
busy
ones
today.
that tell show me that the only true winner of the end times was him and the Scarven, and that the 13th ever chosen was truly an agent of ruin.
Okay, so hey, Stimpack, how are you doing? Oh, why don't you have a hold up? I have to do a thing. Stimpack, hope you're doing really well today. Let me get you one of these thingamajiggers. Hold up. I can tell I haven't streamed it too long because y'all are lovingly throwing some very interesting questions at me. You're all hard to keep up with. So okay, let's go through these one at a time, real fast. Let's go through these one at a time, real fast. Of Oceanids and Sea Elementals. There is a big argument that could be made about what factions they could go to. Because we've never seen the, well, okay, the Sea Elemental we've actually seen in tabletop from a really long time ago. The Sea Elemental can originate from all the way back in Man of War, which could take us back to 4th or 5th edition fantasy, but we're gonna ignore that for the moment and instead focus more on the Oceanids. So the Oceanids were never fully playable creatures. The Oceanids were referenced in a spell from the Sea Patrol, High Elf Sea Patrol army list from the Storm of Chaos in Warhammer Fantasy 6th edition. So in that context, they were never playable. They never had a model. They never had a miniature. They never had rules. So we're in unexplored territory, and there's a lot of arguments that could be made for which of the various factions should have access to them. For instance, there is a very reasonable argument to be made that they should be available to Arnessa Saltspite, because Arnessa is the daughter of Manon. And Manon is the sea god who is very debatably, it's not 100% confirmed, but it's basically confirmed, but not outright stated, that that is Mathlan, who is the sea god of the elves, which is where the Oceanids functionally come from. Is, you know, obviously they are ocean water elementals. So I could see that argument. But I could also see it being a counter argument of that, well, Arnessa is more of like a vampire coast character, and she's got all of like these aquatic creatures from that, so maybe the focus should instead be on that, which isn't wrong. So it's just kind of complex, to be frank. I don't think there's a wrong answer. There's just different answers. That being said, I would be super comfortable with her getting access to those. So then that takes us to Bretonia. Should Bretonia have access to the Oceanids? Because Bretonia should have access to Naiads, but are Naiads the same thing as Oceanids? And the answer, in my opinion, would be no. They are different spirits. They're similar spirits, but ultimately they're different. And I do think the context there would be important. But Alberic also has a relationship with Manon. So I would say that should Alberic have access to Oceanids, I think the answer should be yes. Because he has a unique relationship with Manon. I would still like to see Bretonia get their own water spirits with the River Naiads, because I think the River Naiads would have a very different appearance, because they are elemental spirits and divine servants of the Lady of the Lake, in addition to being, you know, what they already are. So, oh boy. So there's all that in a nutshell. But I don't know if Games Workshop is going to approve that. Like, I think the lore argument makes sense. Oop, that tornado definitely is going to kill a lot of my own dudes. Oof. Oof, we got a we got a really bad RNG on that one. Whoops. Well, that's all right. At the end of the day, we can put our skeletons back together. So that is the major components, I would say, in regards to that. I know it's something I'm going to be talking to Creative Assembly about, in regards to what is Games Workshop willing to approve, and what are kind of like the pros and cons. Like Arnessa, it could be argued that because she already has access to ogres, she already has a gimmick. I'm going to shut up Throt for a bit, because when he talks or I'm talking, it makes it hard to think. So I will talk to them about it, but I honestly don't know what they're gonna say. I feel like it's anybody's guess what CA's decision will ultimately be. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. I'd like to see the Oceanids available to factions that have major ocean themes. The sea elemental, I definitely think will be a no. I feel like the sea elemental should probably be exclusive to the High Elves for right now. The only other faction that I think it would be appropriate to give the full-on sea elemental to would maybe be... I don't know, that one's tricky. It's not impossible, but once again, it's one of those things I'd have to sit and think on. But I do think Outbreak having access to the Oceanids makes perfect sense, especially with like the horse-headed ones. Great, easy. I think that's super fine. Could Aranessa get access to Merwins of Charybdis to fully double down on the Daughter of Manon thing? I would say no. What now? Okay, there is a way to handle this. I would say that Arnis Assault Spite should not just have bonus recruitment to every single sea monster in the game. I feel like that's going to be too much. But I do think that the argument could be made for her to have like a unique skill or faction trait where if her kind of like, you know, how Zhao Ming is round, right? You know, think about Zhao Ming, where Zhao Ming has a bunch of skills and abilities now that buff all ogres in his faction, regardless of how you get those ogres. So it's like, okay, if you get mercenary ogres, you still get a bunch of buffs. If you get, you know, if all of your ogres are coming from, whether they're mercenaries or allied units, you still get all the buffs, and it's super great and sexy. So I would say it would be appropriate to give Arnis Assault Spite the same thing, where if Arnis Assault Spite is able to acquire sea monsters or ocean spirits from allied factions, that she gets notable buffs to them and notable upkeep production. So like allowing her to have buffs to the Charybdis, the Merworm, the Oceanids, and the Sea Elementals. I think that would be a good way to handle it. I don't think just giving her access to those units, just like, here you go, like, just have them. I don't think that's going to go over well, and I don't think that would get approval from Games Workshop. Because ultimately, she is a Vampire Coast faction. Even though she is admittedly a bit of a weird one. But that, you know, that's where she is. Yep. I'd love for Tony if only I knew how to use cavalry better. Hey, the only way to get better is to practice, you know? it's the only way to get better. I find that when you're trying to work on micro for this game, something that can help, like, genuinely, like, people clown on it, but practicing in slow-mo until you get comfortable doing it in fast speed is, like, the best way to do it. That's what I did. Is that I would practice, like, when I was getting used to playing with, like, 40 units at a time, I would practice in slow motion mode until I felt more and more confident about it, and then it built up to just doing it full time. Or full speed. Have we heard anything about Cetra, Confederate, and Khatep? It's an ongoing discussion. I have discussed with Creative Assembly about it, and they are very open to it. So CA is fully down if they believe that there's enough pressure within the community where the community is like, yeah, we really, really, really want Khatep to get Cetra to get Khatep through the mortuary cult rather than Khalida, because it has to be one or the other. That is one thing they have stated, is they have said it has to be one or the other. You can't have both, which is fine. I can respect that. That's fine. That might be a limitation of the system or the way they're doing it, but it should be Khatep more for gameplay reasons than anything else. But yeah, I think that's perfectly reasonable. So as long as people keep asking about it and, you know, making a little bit of a fuss about it, politely making a fuss, you know, ask with respect, that is easy to do. Knight of Ren, thank you for the cheer. On one hand, I would love for Tony to get access to new units. However, I feel like it hurts their already low DLC chances. I respectfully disagree. I think that if there's any chance, I think if there is any realistic consideration for Bretonia to get a DLC, it is already a locked-in prospect, and it's going to happen no matter what. I don't think them getting, like, if you were to go, oh, well, let's just give the Bretonians the Sea Elemental and the Oceanid, we'll just give it to them. I don't think that would make a difference, to be very blunt. Now, because once again, I feel that if Bretonia were to get Naiads, they would probably be represented differently. Like, if I was going to put River Naiads in the game, I think they should be an infantry unit that functions similar to Wood Elf Dryads instead of the monstrous infantry creatures that we're getting. I do think that the creatures that we're getting to represent the Oceanids is great. I think they're a beautiful representation of Oceanids and representing kind of like the power of the, you know, horrifying ocean spirits that have like a very elemental creature theme to them. That's great, awesome, love it, no notes, 10 out of 10. But I would like to see, I think, a bit more, I think I'd like to see something different with river spirits, especially, because if we really get to have our cake and eat it too, so to speak, that would allow us to then be in a situation where we could have, that would allow us to be in a situation where we could have basically what else have, where it's like, oh yeah, you get the infantry version being the river spirits, the monstrous infantry version being the ocean spirits, the Oceanids, and then you get the final monster variant being the Sea Elemental. So that would introduce a fitting dichotomy or like reflection between the river spirits and the forest spirits, which would be pretty cool. I think that'd be kind of goated. But we'll have to see if that could be introduced, you know. Whether or not Creative Assembly can be convinced is a different discussion. Alright, let's bring these guys around the flank. We're gonna have the spears try and hold these guys in place. Pyro Titan's gonna start stomping on the Lord. We're gonna start shooting the Wizard. I'm gonna get Khatep up on the flank here so I can start shooting fireballs. We can get some Shopti out. Oh, he's in. Let's do a big Shim's Burning Gaze. I don't really care if I kill these spearmen, so I'm just gonna go for a big storm there. Yeah, we don't want our cavalry to overstay their welcome. Okay, good. The enemy general is running. We're going to Shim's Burning Gaze this big old troll in the butt.
Exile of neck.
Pew! Alright. Ooh, our cavalry are straight up not having a good time.
Master of undead.
Let's buff these boys. Another fireball right now would be so cool. I forgot to throw my Shopti into combat because I'm a genius. I'm gonna run down this way. We're gonna back these guys up a bit. Let's see, can I let's fireball these archers? Are you below half health? You are. Okay, let's give minus armor over here. Archers, let's focus the various troll units. We're gonna fire a big Shim's Burning Gaze into these guys. Missed like half of that, but alright. We've definitely got this. It's just a matter of beating them down enough that they're no longer fighting back. Okay, we're gonna send our spears in this way. We got the big armor debuff going over here. I'm gonna drop a storm right behind me, because screw these guys. Run away! Alright. Cool. Got another fireball. We'll fireball one of the trolls. Oop, nope. Keep fighting. Okay, we're gonna bring our cavalry in. No, I don't want you getting into combat, you silly goose. That orc general is being very resistant to dying, and I don't appreciate it. Oh, I forgot my freaking birds. They're just sitting in the trees. From Eggman, thank you for the super chat. Been meaning to ask, is there a particular beastman of note that serves Slaanesh? Yeah, they're called Slongors. The Slongors are the equivalent to the Zongors of Zinj, the Korngors of Korn, the Pestigors of Nurgle. How Creative Assembly is going to interpret them will be interesting to see. I've seen quite a few different hopes in the community about like what exactly their rules will be. I personally am hoping they're going to be dual wielding infantry, so I hope they're going to have like swords in one hand and then crab claws for the other hand, or at least like dual weapons of some sort, because right now if you put all four of the Godgors next to each other, they each have a different combat theme. So the Korngors have halberds, the Zongors have sword and shield, the Pestigors have great weapons, so I would like the Slongors to have two swords. I've seen a lot of the community hoping they'll have javelins, but I just don't think that's supported by the lore in any way. I'm gonna be really honest. I don't think that's supported by the material we have that talks about what Slongors are like. I don't. To me, it would be. I mean, they could have precursor ammo, but I feel like that's more to try and like give Slaanesh more shooting as opposed to tying up the theme. But they could have javelins. I'm not gonna like be upset if they have javelins. I just would be kind of surprised to see Slongors not be a pure melee art. Do I want more? Honestly, I think I'll take growth. Oh, sorry, St. Box, thank you for the super chat. I have vision theories given to me the Great Horned Rat that show me the only true winner of the end times was the Great Horned Rat and the Skaven, and that the 13th ever chosen is in truth an agent of ruin. That's pretty cool. I think that would be a perfectly viable way to interpret events. The fact that, like, it's the number 13, that Archaon, being the 13th ever chosen, was the one to finally succeed, does suggest some potential shenanigans that have to do with the power of the Great Horned Rat, plus it leads to his full-on ascension, where, you know, the 13th ever chosen ends up being a very critical piece to his goal to, to be the great inheritor of the power of chaos, because as we all know, the Great Horned Rat gets pretty juiced up going into AOS, so, and ends up becoming a full-on Chaos God. So you might be onto something. Tech27, thank you for the bits. What's my favorite incarnate of the Magic Winds? My favorite incarnate is the Incarnate of Death. The Incarnate Elemental of Death is super fucking cool. It's also inspired by Ouroboros. It's a eternity symbol, which Ouroboros is traditionally, which I love the Ouroboros symbol. is traditionally interpreted as a snake eating its own tail, but it is a concept of a serpentine or draconic entity representing the wheel, you know, the never-ending wheel, the wheel of eternity. And the incarnate elemental of death is a literal, you know, like the infinity symbol. It's the infinity symbol, but it's a two-headed dragon, where it's got a head on one end, and then you follow the, you know, the infinity symbol until you get to the end, and then there's another dragon head, and they're bound together by an hourglass. And it's just a very fucking cool design. But yeah, I love it. Then we have Scion. Thank you for the super chat, my dude. How about a giant snail monster for Bretonia? No. No, absolutely not. No, the only thing someone could argue that Bretonia has in common with the only reason someone could argue that Bretonia should have a giant snail monster is like, oh, the French like snails, and like maybe in some old Renaissance pieces, you know, there's like sometimes like very large snails drawn in the margins and stuff. It's way too weak. It's a very, very weak argument, in my opinion, and is a very silly premise. It basically relies heavily upon the idea that, like, at the end of the day, the Bretonians are indeed significantly inspired culturally by and their language obviously is French, and they are heavily inspired by French concepts in their initial creation. This is something Andy and I talk about a lot on Lorebeards. But just because a faction has its like original inception, we'll say, from something like the French, does not mean that everything ever French should be put in the faction because French, French. Like, we don't want to Flandernize the Bretonians into, oh, they're French, and like that's the joke. Snails and like if you come to me and you say, Sotek, I want a giant snail in the setting, I would say, okay, cool. Nurgle is 3 doors down on the right. Have fun. Games Workshop has already introduced a giant snail creature for Nurgle. So I would say it is a Nurgle creature. The idea that you're gonna get a giant snail creature in Bretonia is ridiculous. And I do not think it matches them in any way, shape, or form other than haha funny French joke. So no. it's what I would say. Crowfather, with Dakala, do we now have the skeleton for Snakemen? Yes, Crowfather, thank you for the bits. Not just Dakala, but actually if you go back and watch the Slaanesh roundtable they did, the Slaanesh Dev Talk, they also showed off the champions of Slaanesh. So where Dakala is a big snake lady who has 6 arms that all are wielding different swords, if you go look, you'll actually see that I want this. You'll actually see that the champions of Slaanesh are larger or decently sized snake boys, snake lads that have 2 arms. And they're wait, do they have 2 arms or 4 arms? They have 2 arms, right? Or do they have 4 arms? Maybe they have 4 arms. I can't remember how many arms they have. Because the original model has 3 arms. Someone check that. And get back to me on that one. Is False Protection armor? Oh, it's and melee defense. Yeah, give me that. They have 4 arms. Okay. So yeah. So, I would say that all of those snake bodies are absolutely awesome for the guys making the Koresh mod, because it's going to give them a lot more skeletons to work with. to perfect their mod, and I'm really excited about it. I do feel a little bad for them that like they went through a lot of work to make their own unique Dreadmaw, and now Creative Assembly is also releasing a Dreadmaw. But if anything, they can, like, you know, make their version maybe like a slightly, maybe they can use it to spice up their own version, because they can add all sorts of little fun things to it. Scion, thank you. Oh my gosh, dude, Scion, chill. Be responsible with your money. Take care of yourself. Scion, thank you for the super chat. Given that we're now getting the lore of Mists in game, how many more can we hope for? I'd love to see the lores of Undeath, the lore of Finns for the Famir, the lore of Trolls for the Greenskins. Is the lore of Athel Loren off the table for the Wood Elves? No. The lore of Athel Loren is not off the table, I would say. The fact that we got the lore of Mists for the High Elves, I think, first of all, genuinely shocked me. Like, if you go watch my video on it, I was not, like, pogging for the sake of pogging. Like, that wasn't, oh, YouTuber do react for haha funnies. That was me, quite genuinely losing my shit, because I was flabbergasted. I was caught off guard. I would never have predicted that in 1,000 years. I would have never, ever believed we were going to get the lore of Mists. I would have said that's impossible, because that's just so beyond the kin for me. I need to send this. The Wrath of the Creator and Stone Shaper should be 55 meter buffs. I think 35 meters is kind of ridiculously tiny for these. They should be standardized to 55. But anyway, so I would very much say that it is completely and distinctly possible that we could get the lore of Athel Loren, the lore of Trolls. The lore of Trolls is a little tricky, because the lore of Trolls is technically an Age of Sigmar lore, not a Warhammer Fantasy lore. And what exactly separates Warhammer Fantasy from Age of Sigmar is still a matter of debate at the moment. It's not something that has been publicly commented on, but I have had discussions with members of Games Workshop staff while I was in England, and I was at Warhammer World, that indicated that their current stance seems to be that they believe Age of Sigmar and Warhammer Fantasy are two separate licenses, and therefore should not meet in most cases. You know, sometimes, but it's on a case-by-case basis. So, like, because I specifically asked about the lore of Trolls while I was there, because I was like, hey, you know, you introduced the lore of Trolls in the old world, but, like, we have the Giant River Troll Hags in Fantasy, and it's literally just the Giant River Troll Hag lore, so, you know, maybe the argument could be made that it should be in both. And their response was kind of something along the lines of, like, like, we don't... they did not necessarily agree, would be the most respectful way I could put it. I think they're wrong, but at the end of the day, they own the IP, I do not. So I have to work based on what they say. So if they say it cannot be done, then my job is to convince them that they're wrong and they should change their mind. But that's going to take time. So I would say that the lore of Trolls is currently not on the table. But I do think that the lore of the Finns for the Famir, I think that is on the table 100%. I think the lore of Athel Loren is 100% on the table. Though, funny enough, that would take the Wood Elves to 11 lores of magic if they end up giving them all the battle lores, which they should. Which might be too much, because even with the lore of Mist, the High Elves are going to be going up to 10 lores of magic, not 11. 11 is a lot, but, you know, at the same time, it's like, well, what's one more lore of magic, right? So, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, I'm going to build up my magic before I fight these trolls, or not trolls, ogres. I got trolls on the mind. Because that is a lot of ogres, so we're gonna make sure we have enough juice. Because if I remember right, I think the Lich staff quest is not super easy. Because you start off fighting a Beastman army, and then I think a Dark Elf army comes out. So I don't want to jump into that until I've got a couple more levels. I'd like to have my Casket of Souls. Avani DK, thank you so much for the 4 months of Prime. I really appreciate it. Side of the Emperor, again, thank you. I like the idea that while both for Fantasy and AOS and 40k share the old 4 Chaos Gods, each setting can have the other potential 4 be different. Oh, the other, like, 4 if you go by the theory that there are 8 gods. Encroaching Ruin in Fantasy / AOS is the Great Horned Rat, while in 40k it's the Dark King, for example. I mean, yeah, I mean, at that point, you are purely in the realm of unspecified information. Like, you're in the realm of, I don't want to say headcanon, like in a derogatory sense, but you're in the realm of headcanon. Like, you're in the realm of discussing things that are not officially believe or like endorsed by Games Workshop would be the way I would say it. So that is a position you can take. I know if you were to talk to Thoth's Apprentice over in the Lawhammer Discord, or I think sometimes he comes over to our Discord as well to discuss lore stuff, he would argue that I think if I understand him correctly, he would argue that there is like an inherent connection between the Great Horned Rat as like the God of Ruin and the Dark King, and that they are just two different. They're both in all the settings, which I don't necessarily agree with him, but I understand the argument. Scion, thank you once more. Please be careful with your money. In Fantasy / AOS, Malevolent Artifice is Hashit. In 40k, it's Vashtor. Then do the same for the other 2 potential Chaos Gods, Formless Distortion and Ruinous Dissolution. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can absolutely run with that. Lovely snow. Alright, so Solostra's coming for us. For those that don't know, when the AI attacks you... Oh, we got a Necrotect with Banishment? Hell yeah, we got the sexy Necrotect. For those that don't know in this game, whenever the AI attacks you, it means the AI counts as the attacker, which means they'll be aggressive. So all you have to do is wait, and they will always come to you. Normally, when you attack the AI, they will play defensively, especially if you're, like, notably stronger than them. They will usually, like, kind of hide and wait for you to get close. So you usually have to kind of go and, like, poke them. If you want them to be aggressive, you have to poke them with, like, long-range stuff to encourage them, we'll say, to come over and play ball. But when they attack you, like Solostra's attacking me, you can afford to be a lot more chill. Because you'll notice that she will be happy to sit for a little bit until she can't, like, hit me with anything. And then once that stage has arrived, she will start to get aggressive. But I'm okay not sitting all the way in the back. I want to be close enough that I can start shooting her stuff. Okay, we're gonna hide back here. Oh gosh, she's got all these damn Fellbats, which is kind of a problem. I want to harass that cannon, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. Is that a tactic in Total War Warhammer 3 or in all Total Wars? I have no idea, dude. What is that? Dark Lugia 69. There we go. Nice. I don't know if that behavior goes into other Total Wars. Hello, War Dogs. What are y'all up to? Alright. We're gonna start... Ooh, not too close. We're gonna do some harassment. Nice, good shot. All right. In fact, because she's got those cannons, we're gonna move up a bit more. Just gotta keep her busy. Want these cavalry to be ready. Our magic's looking good. Have our Hydro Titan kind of approach through the trees. Where are you guys? Where are you bats going? All of our characters just jump on this. Okay, we're gonna start spirit draining this dude. Alright, she's getting aggressive now. Get our... Okay, bats are dead. Cool. Have our lads start getting aggressive. Ooh, Morngulls. That's a little spooky. Necrotect. I want you to go support Big Daddy over here. Archers, let's start shooting the Morngulls. We're gonna Spirit Leech the Knight. We're gonna go over this way. Get in there, big guy.
Your way.
See if we can fireball Celestra here. Especially if I hit her with a net. Oh, shot the hill. Okay, let's just go for the big armor and melee defense buff here. Make our guys a little better at fighting. Can summon a storm over here. Okay, good. Carrion did great against them. Let's go get that cannon offline. We're gonna harass the knights. I'm gonna use this no, the sirens are almost dead, so we don't need to worry about that. Whoa. Archers, let's start getting rid of all those ranged units, because they kind of hurt. Gonna throw down one of those. Y'all get into combat with these guys. I'm gonna do one of these. Hydro Titan's gonna die. Oh, so much shooting. That's all right. Where are you? You're down here.
At once.
We'll get a new one pretty quick. It's not the end of the world. All right, let's buff these guys. Okay. I think her army's about to start falling apart now that Celestia's gone. Yeah, there they go. I probably should have just kept the Hydro Titan in the back the entire fight. There was no need to send it in there because it just got torn apart by all that shooting. Yeah, all of the Tomb King legendary lords got their big starting monsters back. All right, where was I? Oh my gosh. Frankie, I'm unboxing a used vampire count army I found online for the old world and found an old school Conrad von Karstein model. Tell me one cool thing he did. What's one cool thing Conrad von Karstein did? One cool thing that Conrad did. So Conrad was an absolute beast when it came to combat. Like when it came to just individual fighting. The biggest thing that Conrad unleashed, or his big moment, was he actually went up against, I want to say it was the Dwarf King of Zufbar? I think it was Zufbar. But one of the Dwarf Kings basically managed to get up on him, and the two of them, no, Wallach killed him. I think that was Wallach that killed him. I mean, okay, so from like the future and destiny of the vampire counts thing, the coolest thing Conrad did was Conrad convinced the Blood Knights to actually start fighting alongside the other vampires, notably the vampire counts of Sylvania. He was actually the one that went out and impressed Wallach enough with his brutality and bloodlust that they joined up with him, and started fighting alongside him in the Vampire Wars, which was really bad for everybody else. Because, man, they sucked to fight against. Nobody had a good time fighting against Wallach and his lads. But in the midst of that, Conrad was a melee beast. Like, Conrad never lost a fight where he was coherent. Conrad's problem, though, was that he was absolutely batshit insane at the best of times, and at the worst of times, he was so out of it, and he was so, like, he was just losing his mind. He couldn't focus. He had a really difficult time, like, being aware of anything, and being able to actually focus on what was happening in front of him. The only reason they even managed to kill him in the first place was that he had there was a big epic final battle where the Empire and the dwarves ganged up and chased him down. And while they were fighting him, Conrad had one of his episodes, and he basically just started wandering around the battlefield, like, screaming and raving about, like, just random nonsense. He was so out of it, he didn't really seem to know where he was, or, like, what was going on, or any of that stuff. He was just not in a good place. And as he was running around, raving, shrieking, losing his mind, basically a dwarf, a notable dwarf who ends up becoming, you know, a hero for this, runs up on him and basically tackles him to the ground. And while he's tackled on the ground and being pinned by this dwarf, once again, not really fighting back because he's not super aware of what's going on. He's not lucid. The Elector Count of, was it the Elector Count of Reichland or Stur? I don't remember which Elector Count it was, but one of the Elector Counts, I want to say it was the Elector Count of Reichland, runs up on him, and while the dwarf is pinning him, the Elector Count runs up and stabs him in the heart and kills him. Which was not a particularly noble way to bring him down, but he was so goddamn scary that everyone was like, oh my god, somebody finally put him down. Because Conrad was just a living whirlwind. If you were trying to fight him, he would just he was like a Beyblade, if a Beyblade could be a vampire and, like, talk shit about your mom and, like, rip you apart. Also, fun fact, Conrad did have his own mother executed for the crime. But one of my favorite things that he did is Conrad put his mother on trial for giving birth to him without his consent, and he ended up finding her guilty and had her bricked up in a tower where she died of starvation. Like, he was not in a good place. He also hated cats. He gave orders for all of the town guards, I think in Waldenhof, to massacre all of the cats in the city because he told them to use the cats as target practice. So he ended up massacring the cat population in that area of Sylvania, which ended up having really dire consequences when, you know, vampire counts and dark magic bring in a lot of, like, really nasty things like plague and disease and rat populations. But yeah, he was a bit of a bastard. Wasn't his mom dead when he put her on trial? No, she was very much alive. No, she was definitely alive for that one. Yeah, Conrad, I would love to see as a legendary hero. Conrad was also so absolutely whacked out of his mind that he was the only vampire character or vampire count character that could not use magic. He could not use magic at all, which, if you know your vampires, is very, very unusual. Like, the only other vampire that does not use magic is technically Luther Harkin, but the only reason Luther can't use magic is because he got blasted by a Slun artifact that he tried to steal, and when he did that, it kind of resulted in his etheric self being disconnected and broken from his physical self, and it led to a situation where Luther Harkin is like he's like a black hole, or like a blank, if you know your 40k terms. He's basically the equivalent of a blank, except for he's worse, because instead of just like nullifying magic around him, he sucks it into him. So like the winds of magic are drained like an endless storm into Luther Harkin, and magic just doesn't like to work around him. But he's still able to do everything that you would expect of a vampire, and he can still resurrect the undead just by his presence, which is super scary. Luther Harkin is like, he is not someone to mess with. And most wizards in the setting would be absolutely boned trying to go up against him. Because magic just doesn't work on him. If you're going strictly by what should be the case in the lore. But sadly, his lore was never really developed to the extent that it should have been. Because he should have basically been like, magic just has no effect. It just bounces off him. Haha, now I have artillery! Looks like the advantage is on the other foot there, Vampire Coast. Where was I on here? Sovereign, thank you for the super chat. Hi, Sotek, hope you're doing well. I am doing well, thank you so much for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. Well, been meaning to ask, why does the Cetra just put himself into an Ashopti or the Hierotype? So, being put into an Ashopti or a Hierotitan, is not necessarily a good thing. There are restrictions and difficulties that come with having your body encased in a giant, big-ass construct. Notably, you tend to suffer a good bit from most entities that are encased within such a construct are not really capable any longer of communicating. They're not capable of like demonstrating their will or being able to manipulate events. In many ways, it seems that for most of them, their minds are somewhat disconnected from the reality around them. But in Cetra's case, Cetra's too arrogant. Cetra genuinely believes that he is perfect, that he is a god, and that he deserves to be given a perfect golden immortal body through which he can live and reign forever. Now, the big thing about that is it means that Cetra very much wants his original body to receive that treatment. He is not interested in receiving some kind of big construct that's gonna, like, do that for him. He's like, no, I want my original perfect, beautiful body to receive the upgrade that I was promised by the mortuary cult. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Well, I might kill those bats at least. Oh, that actually did much more damage to the bats than it did to me. I'll take that. Actually, you could go fight the vampire. That's fine. Beta causes my game to crash. Rip. Yeah, that should be fixed very quickly next week. There was a problem with certain graphics cards that's causing the game to crash, which is why they left it as a beta and didn't push it to being like the only version of the build or the public version. I know the devs are very sorry people are having to deal with that, and they're working on getting it fixed as fast as they can. So hopefully it should be fixed real soon. I imagine that is literally going to be the first thing CA does next week. That's the bad thing about when they put out a build on like a Friday or a Thursday, is that if there's a notable issue, it usually has to wait till the next week. Then, let's see. From Eggman, who was the most trustworthy Tomb King? Also, what's the funniest thing a Tomb King ever did? Trustworthy is a interesting choice of phrase. Most Tomb Kings are trustworthy in the sense that if they declare or promise something, they will see it done. Tomb Kings, in general, take their own commitments and word very, very, very seriously. Extremely seriously. To almost a concerning point. Often they very much ascribe by an idea that their word is law and should be obeyed and acknowledged as such. But that means that when they declare something, they or they make you a promise, that they are bound by their word to fulfill said promise. They are not fucking around. So in that sense, they tend to be extremely trustworthy. Now, if you're asking about trustworthiness in the sense of like they can be reliably approached and they will be willing to like hear you out or have a discussion with you, it depends a lot on the individual king. The friendliest Tomb King that is out in the world would probably be King Tutankhamun. King Tutankhamun, who rules out of Numus, is generally speaking very nice. Compared to other... this is all relative. He is not a nice person. He is nice by the standards of a Tomb King. King Tutankhamun, when he came back to life, amidst all the shenanigans that were going on with, you know, like Nagash and everyone causing problems and yada, yada, yada. Most of everything was like on fire and bad and kind of a hellhole. He very much kind of turned and looked around.
My sister's pretty words for weakness.
Oh, I love these two. Wood, wife. These are full wives. I like Nyeth more than Arahan, or Nyastra more than Arahan, but like, oh my god, dude, Sister Twilight. Woo! Anyway, but so when King Tutankhamun came back, along with many of the other Tomb Kings, there was eventually a group of humans had moved into his kind of ballpark near Numus, and this human culture, due to being very displaced, had like found the ruins of the city of Numus, and they eventually started taking up residence there, and they had found like a bunch of iconography depicting King Tutankhamun, and they began to worship him as a god. So when King Tutankhamun woke up from death and kind of like started looking around, he found all these people that were like, oh, it's our god, it's our lord, and he was like, oh, humans, like living humans instead of dead humans, which most Tomb Kings do not like the living. for their own various reasons. Some Tomb Kings are very jealous of the living. Some Tomb Kings just hate foreigners. Some Tomb Kings believe that like Nehekara was like an ultimate empire, and anything that's not a part of Nehekara should be frowned upon. Yada 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 yada. So you know, your mileage will vary. But when he saw them and they were like, "This man is a god," he kind of like paused and was like, "All right, you can stay." Like that was basically his response. Of like, he was very much thinking about killing all these people, and then they just thought he was the coolest thing ever, and they're like, it's our great and mighty lord, and he's like, these ones can stay. These people are allowed to remain. That is a lot of ogres. Let's go kill a bunch of ogres, especially because I just hired some ogre man-eaters, so we're going to help me kill said ogres. Kanako, thank you very much for the 27 months. So yeah, of the Tomb Kings, I think Tutankhamun would probably be the most chill, because he thinks that living people have a purpose, which is to serve him and to talk about how cool he is. And he's like, yeah, gas me up. So that's fun. Isaac S, thank you for the super chat. Not to pigeonhole Warhammer Fantasy and everything, but wouldn't a hero shooter be Beast? Isaac, I'm not sure I understand your thing. Like, are you saying, wouldn't it be cool if Warhammer Fantasy had a hero shooter like video game? Or are you saying that there's like the lore of Beasts is a hero shooting lore? Or are you saying what rephrase that for me, please. Sorry, I'm stupid. I'm not really sure what you're trying to say. That's my bad. Oh no, let's actually take the high ground here. The high ground is always good for anyone that's not used to playing Total Wars. If you're on the high ground, any projectiles you shoot, the higher up you shoot them from, the more damage they deal. And also, if you're ever charging from the high ground or fighting from the high ground against an opponent on the low ground, you get combat bonuses. So if you ever see a high ground, you want to try and be shooting and fighting from there, because it gives you all sorts of fun little advantages. And you should take advantage of those as much as you possibly can. Warhammer oh, you mean like you mean a hero shooter video game like Marvel Rivals? Listen, all right? I want to be really clear about something. I was saying it'd be cool to get like an Overwatch style. Okay, cool. Let me be really clear about something. All right? I want you all to listen. I want you all to put on your listening ears and be respectful for a moment. And I want you to, with respect, I want you to internalize what I'm about to tell you, okay? Which is very simply this. I am, at the absolute end of the day, I am the biggest, most unrepentant, undignified slut for anything that has to do with Warhammer Fantasy, period. Do I want a hero shooter for Warhammer Fantasy? Fuck yes, I do. It's more Warhammer Fantasy. Do I want a chess game that has Warhammer Fantasy pieces? Obviously. Do I want a RPG style game like The Witcher 3 for Warhammer? I will immediately bend over and give you my wallet. Like, whatever, dude, just give me more shit. Now, would a hero shooter be my first preference? Probably not. I think the hero shooter market is not my personal favorite. But I'll fucking take it, and I'll thank you for the service. Scion, thank you for the super chat. If we need a DLC to get the lore of Athaloran, I think Nayeth the Prophetess would be good to lead it. I agree. I would love to see Nayeth the Prophetess come in as like a lore of Athaloran caster. I think that'd be pretty hype. Or like either as just a full lore of Athaloran, or maybe a mixed lore of like Athaloran and Heavens, because she is a prophetess, and prophetesses should have seer magic. But I would also be totally cool with her just having lore of Heavens, or lore of Athaloran. So yes, I agree. What else could they add? We still need Aeroloth. Okay, well, hopefully we're gonna start seeing smaller DLCs. That is a big, sincere hope of mine. CA kind of mentioned this a little while back when they were talking about like what's gonna be coming later in the year, with the totally not Neferata, but definitely Neferata, because they showed their hand a little too hard with that pun they made. But if they're gonna do like a small Neferata pack, then there's no reason they can't do a small Aeroloth pack, or a small Nayeth the Prophetess pack. Or maybe, even better, they could do a small Nayeth the Prophetess pack and you get Aeroloth as a free LC Legendary Lord with it. They could do all of that. Oh, hey, Andy, what's up? Andy, what the fuck are you doing up? It's like 5:30 a.m. over there. You should be asleep. Did I see the thing you sent? Oh, no. Oh my god, dude, I have so many Discord messages. Oh my god. Oh, that looks so cool. Holy shit, Andy, that looks amazing. Whoa. Wow, that looks super fucking cool. And chat just has to suffer not knowing what I'm talking about. I want a Warhammer Stardew collab. Dude, a Warhammer farming simulator would be... Whoa, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold the fuck up for 1 second. What is that? Wait, where'd it go? What is that? I want the Beastman to carry me away too. Stemback BT. By the way, if y'all haven't already, you should go follow Stimpack on Twitch and on YouTube. She's super fucking cool and has been having a really good time starting her journey into Warhammer Fantasy and 40k and all the other Warhammer Fantasy settings, or all the Warhammer settings. You should go check her out. She's super fucking awesome. Could not recommend her more. She is really, really cool, an absolute sweetheart, and also wants to be carried away by Beastmen. A girl, like, see, that's premium. That's how you know you're dealing with like a goat, so to speak. I mean, okay, maybe that was a little, okay, never mind, that's not what I meant. You know, I get it. Not enough people appreciate Beastmen, in my opinion. Not enough people, especially not Games Workshop. A Warhammer dating sim? Sign me up, bitch. I'm in. I'm all in. I'm all in. Oh, I don't have an overcast version. Okay, let's just grab some random ogres here. Carrion, let's reinforce this flank. We're gonna lose a lot of lads, but that's all right. Man-eaters, reinforce the flank! By the way, in case I haven't said it already today, be sure to join me and Andy Law for an episode of Lorebeards tomorrow, where we're going to be talking about Marathi Part 2. And just a reminder that that stream is going to be over on the Lawhammer YouTube channel and Discord, which if you haven't subbed to already, I don't know why you haven't. I don't know why you hate us and why you're trying to hurt my feelings. I thought you loved me. I thought we had something special. And you're out here not subbing to Lawhammer because you're just being a jerk. Because especially remember that when we get Lawhammer to 9K subs on YouTube, we will unlock a bonus episode on Nethu, the Keeper of the Last Door, who is an elven god. And we'll be talking about him. Just like when we hit... when we hit 2K followers on Vera's Twitch channel, we're gonna do an episode on Nth Rama, and I am already gonna be scheduling in a week or in the coming week, 1, 2, or 3 weeks, we're gonna be scheduling the episode for Estrueth, the Lord of Hunger, God of Famine, which should be really fun. And then 10K on Lawhammer is the Gelt episode, the Balthazar Gelt episode. What channel for Nth Rama? Vera Samilia on Twitch. That's V-E-R-A. Hawk, can you post the link in YouTube chat? I'm about to spell it like a dumbass, and that's going to be a waste of everybody's time. There's a lot of ogres, man. It's mostly just the Noblar spam. When's the quick video? When it's done, but that's a different kettle of fish. My camera broke again? My camera broke? What do you mean my camera broke? Ah! Okay, I'm fine. It's fine. It's fine. Sometimes you just get flattened by chat. Sometimes chat just gets up and on you, and they bounce on it, Dio, or whatever the fuck kids are saying these days, and you get a little VTubery, one might say. All right, let me take a moment while these ogres are running away to get caught up on like super chats and shit. Who was the next one? Alagas! If they removed Aranessa from Coast and put her in a Dogs of War faction, would that make sense? That's really tricky. Would it make sense? Yeah, sure. That wouldn't be like a difficult sell at all. Where that gets very tricky is I don't know how that would work legally per se with like advertisement laws of like Arnis Assault Spite was advertised and sold as a Dogs of War faction, and there could be some very sticky legality around suddenly changing a piece of paid content to be something very different. I don't know how that works. I don't make games on Steam, so I don't know if that's something they could just casually do and it's not a big deal and it's totally fine, or if there in fact would be potential concerns and ramifications. I would suggest that if they... I would say that seems very unlikely. Now, what I will say is I do think a very easy argument could be made to make Arnis Assault Spite into a true hybrid faction. So instead of having her be Vampire Coast with like 3 living units, I would suggest that you could probably update her to be much, much more hybridized, where she is a genuine living army that is supported by elements of Vampire Coast, or a Vampire Coast army supported by a lot of elements of the Dogs of War. Now that's assuming we're gonna get the Dogs of War, which is an assumption, but I also hope it will be the case. But we'll just have to see what happens. I don't know what will end up happening. That being said, what they could do, granted, I don't know if they would be willing to do this because it might be too much work, but what Creative Assembly might be able to do is they might be able to introduce a system where you can toggle a lord. So like, you could theoretically create something where if you own a lord and you own a DLC they're kind of associated with, they might be able to make it where you could choose to play the lord as a different faction that you normally can't, so long as you own all of them. So like, if you own the Dogs of, like, let's say we got a Dogs of War DLC, or actually let's use let's use the example we have, right? Like, let's say Azazel, like, theoretically they could do an idea. I don't think they would do this without like a lot of pressure, polite pressure, but I could see them doing some pressure from the community of like making it where like Azazel could be played as a Slanesh lord if you own the Slanesh faction, or as a warrior chaos character, and you simply toggle it from his menu. I want to quintuple reiterate that I don't think that's something that's going to happen, but that would be a way I could hypothetically see it happening. But if you are going to be someone that's going to start petitioning for that, you better be nice about it, or I'm not going to, like, associate with you. Because I believe that you should treat the devs with as much respect as humanly possible. Because they do genuinely be working their asses off trying to make the best game possible for us. So don't be a dick about it, please. Where was I? Kanako, I don't know if I already thanked you for the 27 months. If I didn't, thank you. Random name 55, sweet, a Sotek stream. Are there a lot of non-construct Tomb Kings missing from Warhammer 3? Hard to imagine Centra conquering a third of the world with Tomb Guard and Nehekar horsemen back in his day. Ooh, okay, so... if you want to get super technical, I mean really technical, it is very likely that the armies of Nehekara were, like the human armies of Nehekara, were significantly more complex than they are represented in Total War. They weren't just spearmen, swordsmen, tomb guard, Nehekara warriors, like, right? But that's in the, I would also say that, like, the armies of the Empire that you see in Total War are significantly simplified versions of what they realistically would be. You know, the Tomb Kings that you see in the game are a example of what Tomb King armies would look like, and that it's one of those things where it's a limitation of the medium. It's a limitation of the medium. But to answer your question in a more probably what you were actually trying to ask fashion, instead of me going off on a stupid tangent, are there any really well-known missing units from the Tomb King roster that were not constructs? I would say not a ton, but there are some. A unit that I would very much like to see, like a unit that I would champion for, I would be on the front lines cheering, give us these, CA, would be the, oop, having a brain fart, the heavy chariots, which are in the old world, have been kind of brought back and reimagined as the Tomb Guard chariots. I would love to see those brought back, where they're chariots that have Tomb Guard on them. So the chariots themselves are significantly heavier, there's less of them in a unit, and the guys riding them are more heavily armored and, you know, got like much more deadly weapons. I would also like to see Tomb Guard with great weapons. Tomb Guards and great weapons would be awesome. I have always been very strong of the belief that the Tomb Guard of the Tomb Kings and the White Guard, the Grey Guard of the Vampire Counts are supposed to be a mirror of one another. They're supposed to reflect one another. So because of that, we should have Tomb Guard with great weapons. But I'd also like to see Ushapti with great weapons. Come on, Unearthed Tomb. Oh, we got the Cult of Pleasure. Lame. I don't need no pleasure cult. I mean, I'll keep it for now, but we might get rid of that. It's not what I want. Grab evasion. We're almost ready to go get my stick. Oh yeah, Necro Serpent Nest will be very, very... Where is this? The Rukthar Spire? Okay, I'd like to have a garrison structure there sooner rather than later. Because it's kind of exposed, but we'll deal with that in a second.
Should we kill them, sister?
Are y'all fighting anybody else?
Grant you an audience.
Nope.
So don't waste.
I do want to have the girls as good friends, because they aren't too aggressive. Be at war with the Beastmen, okay. And then capture and occupy the settlement. Okay. I will go to war with the Beastmen, I just need to be careful about it. Tauraks do be a little scary. We'll love to see Cataphract Cavalry. I don't even know what that would be. Loremaster Sotek, have you seen the shooting attack the Blessed Ancient Salamander? Yes. I know it's a little weird. It's intended to be a shotgun shot, but it seems like the arc might be a little low for even that use of it. So I'm not 100% sure what exactly the game plan is with that, but I know that the devs are aware of it.
It is but a moment of your time, Arahan.
Oh, you're at war with the Beastmen. Well, you should invite me. Wait, do you want to join any of my wars, like against these really, really weak ogres? No. Fine. I'll join their war against Tauraks. That way I get paid for it. Khatep's like, these twins will definitely... if I buddy up to these twins and I get their number for Cetra, surely he'll let me back in. Surely if I get him a date with some hot twins, Cetra will forgive me. It's the only way. It's my only way home. Inglis Con Ale. I probably mispronounced that. Inglis? Very much. It's gotta be Inglis with ale. It's gotta be. Or Con Ale. But thank you very much for the membership. Welcome to the Red Host. I really appreciate it. Where was I? But yes, I would love to see another... I would not be upset if we got another higher tier chariot. Another... Oh, I would have liked to have killed Tauraks for the trait, but okay, whatever. Wait, what was that? Recruit. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that. I would love to see the Tomb Kings get some more units. My current wish list for the Tomb Kings is the Kemric Titan, Ushapti with great weapons, Tomb Guard with great weapons, Tomb Guard on chariots, the Necrolith Bone Dragon, Prince Apophis, and Ramhotep the Visionary, the Tomb Herald Hero, and the Lich High Priest Lord. That's my wish list for the Tomb Kings right now. That being said, we did, Games Workshop has in the old world given us armored Tomb King horses. So Tomb King horses with barding, which so that's a thing. Like, that is a thing the Tomb Kings canonically have, is armored horses. So if they wanted to come out and be like, oh, here's like heavy Nehekaran horsemen that have armor, I am down. Like, I like, sign me up, bitch. I'm in. No complaints there. So yeah. That is what I have to say to that. Dark Deeds! Did you know that you can buy a really cool board game that Khatep was just talking about called Dark Deeds, which is by Andy Law, and there are links for it in chat, and it's actually a super duper fun board game, and it helps support my co-host over on Lorebeards, who's super awesome, and he's the best, and he's just the sweetest man alive. And if you're not supporting him, I'm not gonna say you're a piece of shit, but like, you know, I'm that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say it. I wouldn't say it, but like, you could know you're not one. Not that you are one if you don't, but you know you're not one if you have Dark Deeds. I'm just saying. I love you guys. I'm just kidding. I swear. I promise. But seriously, if you can, please consider supporting Andy by picking up Dark Deeds. It's actually an extremely fun board game. I play it with my friends genuinely fairly often. Okay, I gotta get caught up here. From Eggman, thank you for the super chat. Also, what do Tomb Kings think of the descendants outside Nehekar? Do they hate them, don't care, or do they have some measure of interest in them? They don't care. They do not care. As far as I think they would be concerned, anyone that escaped Nagash's curse is probably so far removed from them that they likely don't think about them or do not consider them to be their true descendants. Because the people that escaped from Nagash's rage were not like the standard typical Nehekarans. It was like the desperate and the people who ultimately were not very high up or likely well regarded within Tomb King like culture and society. But you know, the desperate and the poor, or people that came from other lands and nations. The Tomb Kings were the Nehekarans were often noted for being a little bit purist as far as like valuing true Nehekarans over people that came from other lands or other nations. Because we see a mention that there were often like rumors and such about the Herald Nakaf, who I also want in the game now I think about it. But the Herald Nakaf, who's Cetra's personal herald, there were rumors that he was either not Nehekaran or that he was a half-breed that had some Norscan blood in him, or at least Northerner blood in him. But Cetra didn't care, because Cetra didn't give a shit as long as he served Cetra faithfully. But there were a lot of people that like whispered bad rumors and shit about Nakaf behind his back. Kaiji Kentu, thank you very much for the 15 months. I appreciate it. Isaac, I caught that. Thank you. Scion, given the plans for Tyrion and Teclis getting unique mechanics, what should other basic legendary lords get? I want Malekith to get a Black Court system, and Marathi could try balancing favor from Slanesh and Atharti. I think if it was up to me, I would definitely give Malekith the Black Court. Malekith getting the Black Court and having to like balance the Black Court and deal with the politics of that, I think would be super fun and would be a very good representation of what life is like for him as the you know, the big daddy of all of the shenanigans going on in Nagaroth. Marathi, I would love to for Marathi, I think I would prefer for her to have a mechanic that revolves around the sorcerer or the sorceress convent, the sorceresses of Grond. Because the sorceresses of Grond actually have a really complex political structure of that there's like 6 circles or 6 convents that all make up the greater scheme of it, and Marathi uses the sorceresses of Grond to not only control a lot of dark elf culture and society, but she also uses them to peer into the future and to using her magnifying her ability as a seer to see what's going to happen and what the future entails, and like manipulating different forces all around the world and being just aware of a lot of things. So I would really like to see that. I think that would be really cool. And because I wouldn't lean harder into the Slash stuff, because she already has enough of the Cult of Pleasure as a mechanic. I wouldn't lean more into it. Hugh, good to see you, my dude. From Eggman, also didn't answer, what's the funniest thing a Tomb King ever did? Oh, so sorry. Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. I gotta... Where'd I put it? To be fair, the Tomb Kings do a lot of really funny shit. They're genuinely hilarious because they're so arrogant and prideful. It causes them to make a lot of really silly decisions, even at the best of times. But I've got one that I find particularly hilarious. So I want to tell you one of my favorite stories, which makes fun of both the Tomb Kings and the dwarfs. So this is called the War of the Hammer. And for reference, the War of the Hammer started in the year 210 of the Imperial calendar. So we are talking about a war that has lasted for 2,300 years. All right? The War of the Hammer. A mighty throng of dwarfs march upon the city of Marok to retrieve a revered heirloom, the Hammer of Algrim. During the attack, the Dragon Slayer Drong Sternbeater is turned to sand when he charges headlong into a trio of sepulchral stalkers. Outraged at such an unworthy death, 1,000 slayers go berserk and blindfold themselves before descending upon Marok to avenge Drong's death. Amidst the carnage, the Hammer of Algrim is retrieved, and the dwarfs return to Karak Azul, considering the matter at an end. However, the Hammer of Algrim contains a single disc of bronze belonging to King Alcarad, whose skeletal legions immediately set forth to reclaim it. Over the following 2,300 years, the hammer exchanges hands over 36 times because neither side is willing to make alterations to it. Hilarious. Like, they're just goobers. They're just absolute goobers. And I just love it. I love it so much. Though the necrotechs are also pretty funny. The necrotechs are basically like, which they're obviously they're heroes in game, but the necrotechs, to put it very bluntly, are basically a bunch of like artists who are very dedicated to creating like beautiful piece of craftsmanship to celebrate Nehekaran culture and yada 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 yada. And they rather infamously have bad tempers and get really angry about a lot of shit, which is why they have the hatred rule and such. But the really funny thing about them is that they, the necrotechs, the reason they're so angry and they have the hatred rule, and they hate everything. They hate everything. And the reason they actually hate everything is because basically they're a group of guys who did a bunch of art projects in life, and then when they got resurrected and they came back from the dead, they woke up to find all of their various pieces of beautiful art had been destroyed, mostly by invading armies or raiders or treasure hunters and archaeologists and just nature. But they're so pissed off about what kind of amounts to graffiti and vandalism that they have all, as like an order, committed themselves to genocide to kill anyone and everyone that has touched all of their shit. And I admire that about them and think it's very funny. All right, let's go get the Lich Staff. Cause like it's an understandable crash out, but they also like to take it too far. There's a quote from Ramhotep the Visionary where a steam tank busts part of this great wall that he made, this great terracotta wall that he built during his life, and this steam tank like accidentally blows out a portion of it during a big fight. And Ramhotep's response is to say something along the lines of, not only is he gonna rebuild the wall, but he's gonna go all the way over to the Empire, track down the people that were crewing that steam tank, brutally murder them, and use their bones to rebuild the part of the wall that they broke. Which is great. I love it. Sign the Emperor, thank you very much for the super chat. When Neferata arrives, what Tomb King's unit should she get? Given that she should be a reverse Archon the Black, and at least I want an elite Lamian Tomb Guard ROR. Also give Archon Cryptors. I agree that Archon the Black should have Cryptors, especially because he has them in his little intro movie. For Khalida, I think if Khalida had... I would make it fairly simple, but I would probably give Khalida Tomb King Archers, Tomb Guard, but her Tomb Guard should be like slightly cooler and unique. Because otherwise they're just going to be fucking Grave Guard. So you'd want them to be a little spicier than Grave Guard. And that would probably be it. Because she's really only said to have like the infantry, really. Like, because I think she has the statuary, but she's not able to make them move. Though, like, I mean, you could maybe give her like, I don't think she should have Ushabti, because the Ushabti of like the modern setting are animated by the gods, not by the Lich Priests, and I don't think that would be... I don't think she should have Ushabti because of that. You could argue that she might have like she might have access to Tomb Scorpions. I could maybe see Tomb Scorpions, because they are animated by Lich Priests. So if you had like a Lich Priest that was loyal to Neferata from back in the day, well, no, I don't think you should give her anything too big. Yeah, I'd probably just do like Tomb Guard and Skeleton Archers. Because let's be honest, the Skeleton Archers would be like the biggest buff, because she would be the only Vampire Count army that had like reliable shooting. But I could also see like maybe, I don't know, maybe like Chariots. Maybe you could do Tomb King Chariots as well. I could, you know, something like that could be cool.
The followers of Nagash have woven a web of deceit designed to entrap me, like a doomed scorpion waiting under the sands for prey.
I like how he calls the Dark Elves the followers of Nagash.
No quarry. Let these bestial fleshlings come. They will witness sand and stone. They shall see the true might of the mortuary cult, the true masters of undeath, the liches of Hammery.
That honestly makes me giggle a little bit. That, like, Khatep clearly just blames everything on Nagash. Like, it doesn't matter if Nagash is actually involved as far as Khatep cares. Like, Khatep's like, nope, it's all Nagash. anything bad that happens is Nagash's fault. I stubbed my toe in the morning, Nagash. Which, you know, like, haters gonna hate, but I find that very silly.
Exile of Neck. Grand Hierophant. Break them. Slaves for me.
Oh, you should actually go support.
This is well. Master Sculptor. Master of Undeath.
All right, good job, lads. Rotate the battle line.
I shall return.
All right, there we go. Once they're shattered, we don't need to overchase.
I obey. Legions forward. Invoke.
What is going on over here? It's just like a dude sitting there. Oof. Need to put that on the Necrotexin. Whoops, my bad, guys.
Mortuary card. Khatep.
Sandstorm time, baby. All right, go get him.
Lord of Nekara.
Y'all aim that way.
Lich Lord.
Hey, y'all go kill that guy.
For Henry.
Knight of Ren, thank you for the bits. Toon King's Root for Tony would be so peak. It would be so peak. Do love me some TK versus Brett. It's a classic matchup. It is a classic matchup. All right, infantry reverse.
I have no right. The dead do not rest. Next in line. Power back.
Let's go get him. Let's do Barona's Time Warp. Go ahead and drop a Restore here. Do a Banishment here to get rid of those cavalry. Halberds, defend Khatep. Tomb Prince got a little overwhelmed, but whatever, it's fine. We can always replace him. Do Cryptors need constant vampire blood to maintain themselves? No. Once a Cryptor becomes a Cryptor, it simply is one forever. Until it dies. Until it's put down. Because contrary to being called undead, they are very much alive. These Minotaurs are becoming a bit of a problem. Let's see. Kernshima, thank you for the 300 bits. Green from Japan. Oh, awesome. I hope you're having a lovely time. I'm going to be traveling around over here for a month, so I'll miss a lot of your streams, but I'll enjoy the VODs. Enjoy 6.3. Well, thank you. I hope you have a great time. Stay safe out there. Hey, Eyes Delulu, how you doing? Gideon, thank you for the super chat. Currently doing a low-tier campaign in Nagaroth. High Elves took it. At turn 200, finish my campaign. The long campaign objectives need an overhaul. Yes, they do. I hate them. I hate them so much. I could not agree more. It's something that has been talked about in the background quite a bit. From Eggman, thank you for the super chat. What would be the consequences if it came to light for the Tomb Kings that Marathi and Malekith were the reason Nagash even happened? So, I mean, probably not a lot. Because it wasn't like something they... I don't think... there's not like a lot of deliberate evidence that they were the ones behind it. Because they weren't really behind it. It just happened to be Dark Elves that taught... Nagash how to use dark magic, which he used to create his own interpretation of necromancy. So to be very blunt, I don't think you would actually see much of a... I don't think you see that much of like an impact or a response, because it's just kind of like what happened. And the Tomb Kings really aren't in much of a position to like launch an invasion of Nagaroth. That would probably be a bit beyond their ability. Not to say that they wouldn't try. I mean, you know, Tomb Kings are nothing if not fucking stubborn. So, if you know, realistically, nothing would probably happen. But if there was an author that really wanted there to be like a perceived enraged. Like if an author was like, well, I want the Tomb Kings to be pissed off and to like try and attack the Hakara and there to be this big war between them, then yeah, you could easily use that as justification. I wouldn't say that there's like really anything that they would do based on like what we know about them in the base setting, but if you wanted to make an argument about, nope, I think that they would invade and this is the reason why, then yeah, you could do that. I don't think it's a particularly compelling argument, but when has that ever stopped us from writing cool stories before, you know? Like, fuck it, have fun with it, I don't care. Yeah. I think I'm gonna trade the Flock of Joff for another unit of Necropolis Knights. And I think it's also time for us to get another Tomb King. Oh, but I want Lamashizah. What do I need for him? 500 jars? Okay. We'll start to get on that. Storag Core, I'm probably just gonna sell to the Wood Elves. I'd like to sell it in exchange for Clarkarund, but we'll see if I can convince the Wood Elves to give that to me. Who's more stubborn, Tomb Kings or dwarfs? Probably dwarfs, but not by a lot. They have different kinds of stubbornness.
Good. Come to the Lich Lord. We have matters to discuss, yes.
I don't remember why. I don't know why my reliability went down. Maybe I had non-aggression with those ogres that I attacked. That could be it. Well, Morothy wants to fight, so I guess whoever was like, what if they attack the Dark Elves, got their wish. Be at war with the dwarfs? No, thank you. Not right now. Actually, I think no.
Spit it out then. I've got prey to hunt.
I need to get through your territory, but I don't want to fight you to do it. Oh no, I guess I could go this way. Okay.
I serve King and Patriarch.
We're going south, boys. Next turn, because I can't do it this turn. Let's see. Gideon, thank you for the super chat. Pitch Tomb King versus Lizardman Battle of the Pyramids. I mean, I'd buy it. I missed several messages. I don't know why they're not showing up on my... They're not showing up on my StreamYards for some reason. Let me go back here. Cole Patterson, should Arnessa get Oceanids and Sea Elementals? I do not believe that she should get them base to her faction, but I do think it would be very reasonable for Arnessa Saltspite to get a Lord effect very similar to Zhao Ming's, where Zhao Ming has like a bunch of buffs to various ogre units. I would do something similar where she gets a bunch of buffs to like Merworms, Charybdii or Charybdises, Sea Elementals, and Oceanids. I think that would be completely reasonable. The only faction I would consider just giving Oceanids and Sea Elementals to would probably be
Wise indeed to approach.
No, don't be mad at me. What else? I like you. Don't betray me. Don't betray me. The only faction I would actively consider giving them to would be Albrecht. I think Albrecht de Bordelot, you could make the argument for that, for them to be like a base part of his faction.
Ariel has been watching you for some time.
If I give you Storag Core, will you... Oh no, you still won't give me non-aggression. Damn, alright. Be that way. Well, I don't want to fight the Wood Elves, but if they force me to throw hands, I will throw hands. Let's do Stronger Binding. I'm certainly not afraid to punch them in the mouth. Like, I'll do it. Am I gonna make enough? Yeah, I will make enough money to upgrade that. Okay. I still want Arnessa to steal Albrecht's trident. That would be funny, actually. Okay, so I got that one. Did I miss any other ones? I got Eggman's. I got Scion. I got those. I got that one. I got those. I got that one. Okay, I think I got them all now. Actually, I should be smart and use this YouTube function where I heart them to indicate that I have read them and responded to them. That would be smart, wouldn't it? God forbid a man actually use the tools available to him. There was more to your message? Oop. Oh, should life casters be able to summon them? I personally think yes, that life casters should be able to summon the big incarnate. Oh, okay. So there's technically two things to this. One, do I think that wizards of a lore of magic, when the incarnate elemental is put into the game, should be able to get them as a summon at like level 30 or level 4, like 30 or 40? Yes. Oh my good. I'm gonna auto resolve this because I do not want to fight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 units of crossbows. Fuck that. No. I'm not dealing with that. Especially when I can auto resolve it without losing any models. Yeah, no. Absolutely not. So yes, I do think that like a wizard that has access to beast spells should be able to summon the incarnate elemental of beasts as part of his skill tree when he gets to like level 40. And he could do it once per battle, right? Now, the sea elemental is a slightly different kettle of fish. And the reason for that is a slight complication of that. The sea elemental in the roleplay game, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition by Cubicle 7, has been acknowledged as the incarnate elemental of life. That is true. However, that is not Games Workshop. So the head studio of Games Workshop has not necessarily recognized the sea elemental as the incarnate elemental of light. I think that makes sense. I think most people in the community seem to agree that that makes sense, but we have to wait until Games Workshop themselves approves it. So like, I think there should be references made to it in that it should be called that in like the flavor text, but I don't know if Games Workshop will say yes, that is the case, or if they'll say no, that was bullshit made up by a licensor. That's not how we feel about it. Because it just depends. Hold on, I'm just checking these messages to see if anything crazy happens. Okay. So keep all of that in mind when you're like asking for something to happen, or you're hoping something happens, or you're like, oh, why is CA being so stupid and not doing this? Keep in mind that Games Workshop has their finger on the... Games Workshop controls the situation. Games Workshop controls what's going to happen, how it's going to happen, all of that. So we kind of have to like navigate our way around GW. And GW also has a kind of particular way of responding, in the sense that like they're not going to respond to the community. We have to try and politely convince and kind of pressure Creative Assembly politely into being like, yeah, this is a good idea. And then CA has to go, okay, cool, we like this as a cool idea. And then they go to GW and they privately will ask GW, hey, can we do this? And GW might say no. And the thing that's hard, the thing that genuinely sucks is if Games Workshop says no, their Creative Assembly likely will never be able to publicly say that GW said no. Like most of the time, if they want to do something and Games Workshop denies them, that's not something they can just share. So all I'm saying is y'all are throwing around some cool ideas. Y'all are cooking. I acknowledge that you're cooking. And I think you should be posting these ideas on the Total War Discord and the Total War subreddit and the Total War forums, being respectful with your wording, and please don't get super upset if it doesn't happen. That is what I am trying to say. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, we're gonna burn this down because I'm gonna use this. And we're gonna make this into a big city. Hell yeah, brother. Oh my god, there's so much Marathi stank we gotta purge out of this place. She is stanking this place up something serious. I find it very funny Khatep has greater arcane conduit. I'm not against it. I think that's fun, but he definitely is. He's a very spooky man, but in like the grand scheme of wizards in the setting, I don't know if he's really on the. I wouldn't say he's necessarily on the quite that level. We'll say. I'm gonna start phasing out my archers for Ushapti archers. What do I want the? Oh, I want the either the. I think I want the Ushapti building in that settlement. Careful, Marathi might Stank might summon Colin. Who's Colin? Is that someone I'm supposed to? Who the fuck is Colin? Oh, we got the Blade of Antarak. Oh, baby. What else do we have? Icon of Rulership. That's pretty decent. And then we've got the Obsidian Pendant, which is nice. I've already made one of those. Okay, give me the Blade of Antarak. That is... Blade of Antarak is goated. Being able to give my characters healing in combat is very nice. Oh, Pancreas. Pancreas is Colin. Okay. Bro, please. I'm terminally online. I don't know people by their real life names. Come on, man. You know and I know that I am too dysfunctional for that. Please do not give me the credit of remembering people's IRL names.
On behalf of the
I am friends with a lot of VTubers. Like, you're supposed to, if you ever learn their real names, you're supposed to, like, purge that shit from your brain unless you're talking to them in person. Let's get peace with Celostra. I'm not really interested in being at war with her. Oh, wait, no, she's at war with... She's at war with the people that I don't want to fight, so never mind. I wonder what Andy's real name is? We'll never know. Andy Law is a very, very cool VTuber name. I wish he would trust me with his real name, but we'll just never know. Frozen Buds, thanks for the follow. Donna Man, I personally think if the fishmen ever made a faction, they shouldn't have any whales, sea dragons, etc. Basically, no animals that evolved from those that came out of the water and then returned. That's a cool idea. I think that's cool. I would very much want the fishmen to be very deep sea. So I agree, like, I would not want to see, I wouldn't want to see, like, dragons, or sea dragons, or any of that stuff. I would want to see more, things from like the deep sea, like krakens and other very large creatures that live at the depth, you know, at the deepest, darkest parts of the ocean. Okay, I'm more interested in gold per turn and the new shop tea. Okay. The Dark Brotherhood. Oh yeah, we got Lamashazah. We should call him. We'll wait until we can use the Great Incantation of Tahoth. Then we'll unleash Lamashazah. Thought notifications are turned off. I shut him up for a bit. I'll turn him back on now. It's been there. Like, we had so many people dropping super chats and stuff, which, first of all, really appreciate all the support, guys. Like, I cannot thank you all enough for the support. It means the world to me and allows me to do the things that I'm doing. So like, just showing up and hanging out in the chat is more than I could ever ask for, or watching the VOD if you're someone that's watching it later. Just hanging out, like, lurking in chat or whatever, means more than I can ever express. But for those of you that are willing to go that extra step of tipping through whatever method, whether it's like super chats or whatever, I will never have the proper words to thank you enough for your support. So thank you. Just wanted to put out that PSA very briefly. Yeah, we've had a lot of great support today, so. Oh, and because of that, we had to turn Throt off, because Throt was, like, just not shutting the fuck up. he was just going, going, and I was like, all right, dude, like, I need, my ears gotta breathe. Where do I have a building? I'm not gonna fight the dwarves anytime soon. Oh, here. Yeah, give me those beasties. Eventually we'll expand over there, but not yet. Spartan, thank you for the 54 months. And you're getting fucking close to 5 years, dude. Hello there, how are you and the doggo? Sadie is doing great. Sadie's cousin came over today. Her cousins came over today. Stormy and Penny. So Sadie was playing all day. They were running around the house the entire day, just going nuts. They were just wrestling and chasing each other, and they were just having a good old time. So she had a really good day, which is always delightful, because Sadie is literally the only thing I care about deep down. So yeah.
Speak quickly.
Okay, that's coming along. Yeah, we're gonna get some, like, military buildings and store core after the growth stuff finishes. That way I can hopefully sell it off to the Sisters of Twilight, and they'll be willing to give me Clark Arond for it. Can I get some lore of the Witchwood and other iconic locations in Nagaroth? There's not a lot, to be honest. I don't like saying that, but that is the truth. Nagaroth as a whole is deeply, deeply, deeply unexplored. The only time it was ever talked about was in, like, the Dark Elf Army books, and even in regards to the Dark Elf Army books, it was pretty scant that they would delve into it much. So there's just not a lot there, I'm sorry to say. It's a place that I want to know a lot about, especially because I live by the admittedly headcanon, but I still think it's a really cool idea, that there are centaurs living there in, like, the southern plains.
Another fishman idea I had is that they believe the sun is actually at the center of the earth and simultaneously in space, or as Tehi call it, the sea beyond the sky. At the beginning of time, the deep ocean actually connected to the darkness of space.
So in reality, the upper void and the true depths of the ocean are the same ocean separated by stone. That's a really terrifying and fucking cool theory. I fuck with that. That's cool. and also kind of vaguely horrifying, but mostly cool. Yeah, I'd fuck with that real big time. Awesome. That's a cool theory. Okay, that should give us a good amount of a rebellion. Damn rebellion. Do I want the Trickster Shard over the Scroll of Power? No. Well, yeah, that's fine. I actually really like that Khatep is really friendly. Like, generally speaking, he is a surprisingly friendly guy.
For Kislev.
Of like, he's like, I'm very curious about your culture. Now, granted, he's doing it in the form of almost a parasite, where he wants to know everything about your culture because he's hoping it'll contain secrets that he can take in order to achieve the Day of Awakening. But nonetheless, you know, he's nice. Did you see my added Discord about the tech of the first tree? Yeah, I did. Yeah, because I, One second, actually. Yeah, because I do think you have a notable point. Because a lot of people tend to get confused about what it is that Cetra, like his big achievement, which is that, because what he's talking about is on the Wisdom of the First Dynasty, it says, ruling from the glittering capital of Kimri, Cetra bound the disparate priest kings into the unity of a single kingdom, and lo, Nehekara was born. That's wrong. That is not correct. That was what Nehek did. Nehek was the guy that went around and unified the land of Nehekara, because Nehekara literally translates to the land of Nehek, or the kingdom of Nehek, because it's Nehek. Like, that was his thing. So his Nehek's big achievement was creating Nehekara. And he, like, did a lot of big things. What Cetra did that was a super big deal was that Cetra was the first priest king, which the text also messes up, because this text also says that he bound the disparate priest kings. That's not true, because Cetra was the only priest king, at the time. He was the first priest king. Because he did a big old ritual and basically submitted himself to the Nehekaran gods to say, like, hey, I am like a good and loyal servant, and I will give you many great things, and I will shower you with offerings and make sure that you are worshipped and glorified in the greatest of ways, to the point where, like, Cetra went so over the top with it that Cetra sacrificed his own family. Like, he had all of his wives and children ritually murdered and sacrificed to the Nehekaran gods, to basically show how, like, committed he was to the bit, in exchange for their favor. And it worked. It worked big time. Because they, sure enough, backed him the fuck up. Which had a very dramatic impact on the future of Nehekara. Man Like Pegasus says, it was so bad. I asked the guy at the official Warhammer store if they had anything Warhammer Fantasy or Cubicle 7 Warhammer Fantasy RPG stuff, and he said, we only sell Warhammer products? What does that mean? Okay. I can acknowledge that they would not necessarily sell Cubicle 7, because that's a licensor. Now, that being said, there are a lot of stores, a lot of Games Workshops that will sell Cubicle 7's materials, because Cubicle 7 makes now they make the Old World, the Warhammer Fantasy RPG, and they also make the all the 40K games. So like they're in charge of all those games now. But the Old World, Warhammer the Old World, is Warhammer. Like, that's the original Warhammer, and it's also made, like, it's published by Games Workshop themselves. It's published by the head studio. Like, you know, I can acknowledge that, you know, it's mostly being headlined by the Forge World guys, but that's very silly. If that dude had said that to me, I would have had some words. I would have had some words for him.
Dynamo95 cheered. X100. Given Hekara is shown to have control over large parts of the Dark Lands, I think it's likely they could have fought the Chaos Dwarfs a decent amount.
They could. Oh yeah, definitely. The Tomb Kings would have absolutely fought the Chaos Dwarfs on several occasions, no doubt. Not a doubt in my mind. Do I want to go straight to the 6th Dynasty? I don't like how much vampire corruption that hits me with. Okay, no, let's do the 5th Dynasty. And we're just going to keep pushing our way towards Marathi. Okay. Good work, lads. Hammond! Hey, you're still alive. Yes, I am. Shield of Fate. Should dwarf runesmiths / rune lords get magical attacks? Yeah, they should. For their runic weapons, it should either be a skill, like it should either be one of their skills gives them magical attacks, or they should just have it base. But you could argue, I think you could argue it either way. But they should definitely have relatively easy access to magical attacks. Can I win this? It's just a necromancer. But he does have me rather sorely outnumbered. I think I can win this with the Ushabti summons. If I can keep the bats off of the archers, I think the archers can kill the necromancer, and then we're okay. Oh, I don't know if we're gonna get the trigger though for the Ushabti. Our army might not be big enough for the Ushabti summon. It's gonna be tricky. We might be able to pull it off. If we're lucky, the bats will engage too quickly. And if the bats engage too quickly, we'll be fine. So let's actually do something like this. And then we'll have the spears basically layer on top of the archers to deal with any bats. And we're also gonna move up onto some higher ground. It was sad though, no Orworld models. Yeah, sometimes the store. Okay, so when you're dealing with a franchise, right? So you're dealing with like a Games Workshop franchise where each of the buildings are basically just run by a store owner and they're going to do their own stuff. They're ultimately going to commit to their local base. So if you go to a local game store or even if it's a Games Workshop and you are like, hey, I want to buy Old World models, if they don't have a community that plays Old World, they're not naturally going to have Old World models. You have to kind of be the first step. Like you have to be someone that's gonna go in there and order. If it's like your local store and that you go there often, or it's in a convenient place for you, not in a sense of like this is your responsibility, but if you want them to start having Old World stuff, you unfortunately will need to go in there and order Old World stuff, and be the reason that they start ordering those materials. To be like, hey, I want to put in an order like through shipping, because they can do that. You can ship orders to your local stores very easily. So you kind of have to incentivize them. As much as that genuinely sucks, and you shouldn't have to do that, unfortunately, that's just kind of the world we live in. You know what I mean?
Dynamo95 cheered. X100. Unrealistic hot take. If you wanted to give Bretonnia monstrous non-flying cavalry, you could use Chalicotheras. They were related to horses but kind of look like gorilla horses. And if you want to be really spicy, you could say they are the...
You said they're what? You could say they're uncorrupted versions of Gorbies. That is a stretch. That's I don't know if a hot take is necessarily the appropriate terminology for how much of a stretch that is. That's wild. No, don't come. Oh, god damn it! I hate when they come around my flanks. I just have to fight the bats. At least we got somebody shooting him. Can I scoot y'all in a bit?
You bring token trinkets to give to Front. Yes,
yes. I think you'd have more success for going for the Merlion or the Tarask if you wanted Bretonnia to have a monster.
Scion of the Emperor
Or the Sea Elemental.
$10 Australian through Super Chat. Think the last 2/ new units are Basilisks and Pratons, given slangers are certain? I hope so. Also the Kishmod guys will be happy about getting an official Dreadmore in game.
Yeah, I think, well, I don't know if they're happy about it so much as they are like, well, we could do something with this at least. Happy might be a little bit of like a... They did put a lot of work into a modded creature that ultimately is going to get replaced by an official model, which you could definitely see how that might make them feel like they kind of wasted their effort. I'm not saying that they did. I'm just saying that if they felt that way, you could see why they feel that way. Yeah, like I see what you're saying. I would. I hope they see it that way. I'm not 100% sure how they see it. To be totally honest with you. That being said, the Praeton and the Basilisk as the last things for the Slaanesh. It's possible. Slaanesh has 2 units we still don't know about. I hope the Basilisk is one of them. The Dreadmaw could be one of them, but I personally think the Dreadmaw is going to Norska. But, the Praeton would be an interesting choice. I wouldn't be upset. I would not be sad at all in the slightest if we got the Praeton. That would be pretty exciting. but it would surprise me a bit. I don't think the Praeton relates to Slanesh particularly well. It's like, oh yeah, it's a corrupted creature that's like has a lot of like self-hatred, and it like mutilates itself, and it's pretty fucked up and nasty and stuff, but like it's not very Slanesh-y to me. But the argument is also there that there is no other monster that is Slanesh-y. And I'd be like, yeah, you got a good point there, fam. So, yeah, I wouldn't really know what to say. But I personally hope it's the Hell Knights. I would much rather they come out and be like, oh look, here's Knights of Slanesh on the big titty snakes. I'd be like, yeah, injected into my veins, yeah. I don't think that's what they're gonna do, but that's what I would prefer. We're almost to the Ushapti summon. Bats. I'm gonna drop them right here. Come on. Go, 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 go. A long ass summon. Get in there. Tear him up, tear him up, tear him up, tear him up. Kill them all, kill them all. Okay, they got this. Go, 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 go. Oh! No, kill those spearmen. Kill the spearmen. One threat at a time, lads. Archers, go around the back. Okay, nice. Y'all are done. They got 12 seconds left. Charge, 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 charge. Good job. Okay, we're gonna go around the back so we can get like a big fat rear charge here. We're just ignoring the Necromancer. I'm not gonna worry about the Necromancer. In a perfect world, I would have killed him with shooting, but he just kept healing himself like an asshole. Alright, we're gonna surround and charge! Beat them down! Oh, sorry, we're gonna be doing a lot of Final Fantasy this upcoming week, because I've done everything I need to do for Warhammer. So we're gonna be doing a lot of Final Fantasy this upcoming week. Let's pull y'all back a little bit. The Hekaran Warriors, pull back! Pull our archers back a bit. Ah! Gonna refresh that charge bonus, baby.
Dynamo 95 cheered. X100.
All right.
Your Sikh Hiltons are inferior. You didn't even clean their bones.
You didn't even what? Bro, that sand and grit was achieved over millennia of hard work and effort. And you want me to clean it? How dare you? How dare you try and invalidate their experiences and their individuality and all of their accomplishments under a guise of them not being clean? You absolute turd. How dare you? Bitch has so much magic. And the Nakakarn warriors are going to be able to chew him up pretty good. But it's going to be difficult with him just spamming spells. Admittedly. Like, he sucks at fighting, but we gotta make sure we're using our charge bonus as much as possible. Okay, I don't want to deal with that. We're gonna pull back a little bit. Send y'all in. Oh, he's almost at his heal cap. Next squad! Okay, now he's vulnerable.
Dynamo 95 cheered. X100. To clarify, I was insulting the enemy because their skeletons are a darker color, which makes them look like they are colored in dirt.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's true. They are uglier and grittier, and not all based in experience like my Skelly boys are. Okay, he's at his healing cap, so now it's just a matter of beating him down enough that he starts to degenerate. We're just gonna keep refreshing our. Oh nope, y'all are crumbling. Y'all just stay fighting. Okay, we got him. We got him. Beat his ass. Beat his ass. Teach that old man a lesson. Yeah! Get out of here, bitch. Here's a fun experiment. Throw Morgar into the maw and see what happens. I don't think that would be as exciting as you would hope. I think Morgar would just die extremely quickly, and then he would immediately manifest somewhere else on the planet. We will take the heals. Can I repeat that victory here? This one's interesting. I have less. I don't have any Nehekaran warriors, which is spooky. But he also doesn't have any bats, so my archers are going to be able to do a lot better shooting. What do I think of the Lizardman changes so far? Goated, awesome, excellent. It's a good big step towards finishing the Lizardmen. I don't think they're done yet. I think they need a little bit more love. But it's a good big step. Very good big step. Okay, our archers are going to be the only thing that matters this fight. Our goal is going to be to kill the zombies and then start going around the flanks so that we can shoot all of the skeletons in the back. What would the Tomb Kings do if they found Nehek's body? Probably not a lot, to be honest. I mean, well, maybe. I mean, they might venerate him a bit. It would depend on which Tomb King found him. Some Tomb Kings would find him and be like, "Oh, this guy sucks. Like, I'm way cooler than he is." Like, he may have gotten us started on this path, but I'm better than him.
You bring a trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Scion of the Emperor donated $10 through Super Chat. I feel like with all the flavor updates that have happened, the vampire counts should have necromancers, fell bats and ghouls no longer be undead so they can retreat instead of crumbling.
I might leave that up to the multiplayer community. I don't think that's a particular hill I would necessarily want to die on. Only because that making necromancers routable would dramatically change the way they play. Potentially for the worse. Because if they were routable, they would be susceptible to terror, which could be a problem. That might be a rather severe debuff to them, which would piss a lot of people off. That might be a level of realism that comes at too high a cost. Because you're not wrong. But I don't know if that would be worth it. That might be a little too much. You can certainly suggest it on the forums. It's not something I'm gonna fight for. I'll put it that way. That is an opinion I can respect, but it's not one that I personally ascribe to. Actually, shoot that way. So I want to start punching holes. Oh, baby. I don't fucking think so. That flank's looking a little spooky. Pull these archers back. I'm gonna start shooting over here. It resulted in the Aranessa. Well, Aranessa is a little more unique because she has a lot more living units in her roster between like the ogres and the Sartosans and all this stuff. So like for her, it's an understandable gimmick. I don't know if it should be I don't think it should be replicated elsewhere is the way I would put it. You could do it, but I feel like it kind of just I feel like it's a bit of an unnecessary realism. If you made them living, then Invocation of Nehek wouldn't work to heal. See, yeah, that's a potential issue. That is a genuinely that's a very good point. That would probably cause some unintended consequences with the way the various lores of magic work together. Archers is saving the day, man. I don't know if it's gonna be enough, but they're trying. We're just gonna ignore the Necromancer. If I kill all of his little babies, I could just summon new Shop T to hopefully beat the shit out of him. Speak of the devils. Here, we're gonna summon them right here. They're all yours, boys. All right, I think the time has come to start softening up that Necromancer. Actually, they're facing away from us. Let's kill these skeletons. back to shop tea up. Okay, all of y'all get away from the wizard. Shop tea, go wail on that dude for a bit. All right, hold your fire. Hold. Fire. Do I, at the end of the year streaming event, do you think we will get the end times announcement? That's very possible. And the final roadmap, no, I don't think it'll be the final roadmap. Okay, whether you think I am correct or you think that I'm just full of hopium is up to you. But I genuinely do not believe that Total War Warhammer is in any threat of ending in the next 2 to 3 years. Now, I think that it maybe will take more of a back seat. I think maybe it'll take more of a back seat to a potential Total War Warhammer 40,000 or a potential Total War historical game like Medieval 3 or Shogun 3 or whatever. Like, those are all distinct possibilities, but I genuinely do not believe that Total War Warhammer is going to be coming to an end anytime soon. Once again, whether or not you believe that is purely up to you. I think as long as this game continues to make money, and continues to be profitable, you know, their DLCs are making money and people are buying them and people are playing them, then it's going to keep getting DLC. I think that's all there is to it. I don't think Creative Assembly is incentivized in any way to discontinue the Total War Warhammer trilogy until they get to a point where people are not investing in the game. What do I make of that leak that called the Sea Elementals? It came out of China of all places. I have not seen it, so I don't have much of an opinion. Who do you think will be the generic Lord option for the High Elves? I still think it's the Anointed of Assurin. An idea that I have had, or an idea, no, that's, hold on, let me be actually honest here. An idea that somebody suggested in the Discord that I thought was very interesting and I thought was very cool is someone suggested the idea of what if the, what if they gave us the Anointed of Assurin as the Lord, which are the Phoenix Guard guys that ride on phoenixes. And then they gave us the Lothern Sea Helm as basically like the convoy master or the caravan master of the Chaos Dwarfs or the caravan master of the, what you call it?
Ariel has been watching you
Grand
for
Cathay.
some time.
So, like, they're in the game, but they're there in a more limited... Oh, okay. They are willing to trade Clarkarund. Cool. That's all I want. I will also take trade and defensive alliance. Thank you.
If we must.
Yay, I have friends. We will build an outpost in the Witchwood. But I would, in my opinion, granted, it's just my opinion, I don't know that much more than you guys do, so you can feel absolutely fair to be like, Sotek's opinion is dog shit and the dude's an idiot. That is a valid criticism. I don't agree, but, you know, you do you, fam. But it is my genuine belief that we have at least another 2 to 3 years of Total War Warhammer. And that's assuming that sales are kind of meh. Like, I think if the game proves to be like exceptionally popular, then like they release more DLCs and the DLCs make a ton of money, and continue to be very beloved, and people are buying them, then I think we'll see significantly more. Oh, bro, that 25% spell intensity? Give me that shit. Oh, wait, I can't put it on Khatep because he's got his stupid glitch staff. I will take the Ouroboros, though, so I have regen. I'll put the scrolls on my other wizard, because I do like the scrolls. They're very nice. I still want CA to add a purple, a blue and a purple arcane item to the Tomb Kings. They can do it. I even told them what items they should use. Come on, CA. Just do what I want. It'll fix everything if we just do what I want. All my ideas are flawless and should never be never be criticized. Oh man. Anyway. I need to save up money so I can actually hire fucking Lamashaza. I'm sitting here just twiddling my thumbs. See Helm as a lord? No way. No way. I don't believe that. No, it's not gonna be the Sea Helm. Your two realistic options are the Anointed or the Mistweaver Lord variant. It's either you're gonna get a Mistweaver Lord, who's like just the Lord version of the hero character that can use the Lord of Mist and ride in the Sky Cutter and all that shit, or it's going to be the Anointed of Assuran. Those are the two realistic options. Do you have trouble buying settlements? No, because I always offer them settlements in exchange.
Do not order me.
I never try to buy a settlement without having a settlement to trade. That being said, I'll tell you, y'all want to hear a really unpopular opinion? I assume it's unpopular. Maybe y'all will pleasantly surprise me, and you'll be like, "No, Sotek, that's a great idea. We would love for you to say that, Sotek." But my more than likely extremely unpopular idea is I actually really want CA to kind of patch the exploit of making settlements trade for like 1 billion gold. I would very much prefer that they go in and help the AI have much more realistic like expectations of how much a settlement is worth, instead of believing that just because you've slapped a couple little things in it that it is like just the most valuable, coolest, like sexy, powerful thing in the universe. Because I don't I don't really like that. I don't like that the AI is so prone to making very silly decisions based on what I think is the AI just not having the mental capacity to understand what something is worth. Hang that man! Yeah, that's what I figured. He's speaking in tongues! Kill him! Seems like a low priority. I would agree it's a low priority. That is not something that I would be willing to like be like, oh, this has to happen. This has to happen. Why are we doing this? This has to happen. I don't care that much about it. It's something I would like to see done at some point. At some point. But I don't need it like now. I'll wait till next turn to recruit because I want to get Worship of Joff going.
Your words are nothing.
Arise, legions.
Your thoughts on a Chaos Legendary Lord start position shuffle as a campaign option? Sure, I'm down. I think the idea, I think something that gives you like a randomized start position or like swaps you with a different legendary lord, so you end up somewhere like really weird. I think that's cool. I think that'd be fun. Sure. I've actually, something that y'all I think might find really cool, I've been talking with Anticity a lot. Chaos Jax, thank you for the first message, by the way. How did Khatep ambush the enemy? He make a trap for them to fall into. Get out. I changed my mind. I'm not happy you're here. Leave. Leave and never come back. I'm just kidding. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a nice day. You and your garbage pun. Yeah, I've been talking to Anticity, something that I really want to pitch to CA that I think they could realistically do. In Anticity's words, adding a heat mechanic inspired by Hades, where basically there are optional difficulty modifiers you could add to the game that would make it dramatically more difficult. And like, that's the point, is to make the game much, much harder. Now, and so we've been like tossing around a lot of ideas about like how that could theoretically look. What are ways you could make it more difficult? And I think we've been coming up with some pretty good ideas. Because and when I say like make the game more difficult, I'm not talking about like cutesy, like, oh, the AI gets like little stat stuff. I mean, we're talking about ideas that like would bust your balls. Like, it would be like infuriating, unfair bullshit levels of difficulty for people that think the game is too easy and they want to have bragging rights for like playing the game as hard as it possibly can be made to be. Which some people may hear that and be like, nope. Nope. Because like, if you watch Anticity play, you know, there are a lot of people that play the game and they know all the exploits and they kind of can't help themselves but to exploit the AI and take advantage of the fact that it doesn't really know how to deal with a lot of different kinds of situations. So instead of just making it where, you know, because to be very blunt, there is no magical thing that CA can do to make an AI that cannot be exploited. That is not possible. The AI is always going to have limitations, and it's always going to be vulnerable to people exploiting it. Because it can only do so many, it can only be so complex. It does not genuinely have the capacity to be as smart as a human or as skilled as a human. And to expect it to be like, obviously we should encourage CA to make the game as good as possible and to continue to improve the AI as much as possible. But I don't think that I think it would be better to try and figure out ways to inhibit the player's ability, that the player has to find ways to play around, instead of trying to constantly find ways to magically make the AI smart, which is just not going to happen. That way, if you're someone that just can't help yourself and you like to gimp the AI as much as possible, but you're like, but I want a challenge, but I also want to keep playing the way I play. I want to make death stacks. I want to make, like, you know, a mean 20 stack as fast as I can that just curb stomps everything, but I still want the game to be hard. That gives you an option. Because I'll be honest, it's not just Anticity, to be very clear. I see plenty of people that are like, oh, the AI is too stupid, the game is too easy, CA can't make AI, they're so bad at it, blah, blah, blah. And the way, and it's like, okay, you want something actually hard? Then let's make something that's actually hard. Could we ask CA to make exploiters pregnant? I like your thinking. You know, that's a very out of the box, genuinely new idea. You know, I think you're really cooking with some unusual sauce there. I see several potential issues, the majority of which are legal in nature. So I'm gonna say I don't think we'd be able to get that one approved. Which I'm not saying that that's right or wrong. You know, I do think there's maybe some validity to forced impregnation of men in particular, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like that one's not gonna get through for some reason. What do you think DOG possibly having been taken out back? Who? What is DOG? Do you mean Dogs of War? Oh, I still think there's a chance we'll get them. Vera, what's up? Verasimilia, hi.
Joins the red host.
Verasimilia, what do you think about enforced impreg on people that exploit video games? That's a very reasonable take, right? If y'all don't know Verasimilia, then your life has been lacking, and I'm so sorry. But the good news is you can fix all of that right now, and you can start to live the life that is entitled to you, which is a life of joy and plenty, and avoiding or achieving, depending on your preference, impreg. But you should go check her out. And also, Hawk, can we post her Twitch link in YouTube chat as well? If Verasimilia, if you haven't heard, if Vera gets to 2,000 subs on Twitch, we are going to do a bonus episode of Lorebeards with her, myself, Andy Law, and Lindsay Law, just like we did for the Eldrazor episode that y'all might remember from a week or two ago. We would do another episode, but this time we would do the exact same thing where we talk about the god, what's known about the god, and then do our best to kind of fill in the gaps. But instead of Eldrazor, we would be talking about Anath Rayma, the Savage Huntress, who's a very cool god. So if that sounds interesting to you and is something that you would like to see explored, then what are you waiting for? Go over there and sub right now. Make it happen.
Appease me.
It's not that far away. It's pretty close. So, you know, get over there, make a Twitch account if you haven't already. Twitch is cool. And sub up. Ooh, do I want to be friends with Mazda Mundi? No, because he has a book. And CA ignored my request to make it where the books of Nagash can be gotten from military allies, which I'm still going to keep insisting on. Because I think it's bullshit that you're forced to fight factions that you wouldn't necessarily want to. Because like, if you get to a military alliance with someone, they should be willing to give you a book. Thank you, Hawk. That's the link. Make sure to go check her out. She's super goated and awesome. You won't regret it. And she's right now she's playing through the new what's that game called? The new Metal Gear Solid game. The remake. Is what she's been doing a lot of lately. Let's get a bigger net. Delta's really fun, by the way. Good. I'm glad you're having a good time with it. Actually, no, I'll get over my dead body. Dynastic Herald. Hell yeah. We're so close to the ancient city. I want that city injected into my veins.
On your knees.
Oh. Take me out to dinner first, Lamashazov, please. Goodness gracious, sir. Okay, we'll finish the Wisdom of the First Dynasty, and then we'll pick up, The Apprentice.
My dynasty.
My dynasty. I can get infinite tomb princes. Oh, I'd rather have weapons, but that's cool. We can get the blade of Khatep. So it gives us way better damage and also a really nice debuff. But the blade of Otterrock is just so fucking good, dude. The hunger is just god tier. I mean, we have pretty good healing in Khatep's armory, so maybe we'll buff our... Let's buff our Tomb Prince with anti-large. So let's get the Spear of Fucked. Should CA make the map bigger? Should I be given $1 billion because it would make my life easier? Yes. The answer is yes. Absolutely. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. I can't believe you even have to ask. Yes. Western Nagaroth should be expanded. They should give us the Boiling Sea and some of these islands, and also just thicken it out a little bit. Lustria should also be expanded. The map should be expanded west a bit and allow Western Nagaroth and Western Lustria to thicken out a little. Lustria should be stretched a little bit south to thicken out a little bit. Then they should add in more of the Chaos Wastes. So add in this entire mess here. So add in this, add in this, add in this, especially this. The top right corner is the most important right now. This has no reason to be empty. Absolutely no reason. They should fill this in to be as far north as the rest of the map. And this should be the Eastern Steppes. So this should be the Eastern Steppes, and then above the Eastern Steppes should be the should be the Chaos Wastes. But the fact that the Eastern Steppes is missing, I hate it. I hate it so much. So add in the Eastern Steppes, more Chaos Wastes. I would say let's expand the map. East, give me Koshun, which is what Warhammer Korea is called as of the old world. So give me Koshun, give me Nippon. Obviously, let's fill out Endin Koresh. And the Southern Chaos Waste should expand across the entire map. I don't understand why the Southern Chaos Waste ends here. That's not what it does. It's supposed to go all the way to here. You see this little patch of land across the Straits of Caliph, below Koresh? This is part of the Southern Chaos Waste. I'm forgetting the Realm of Chaos. No, I'm not. I would also be okay with them just adding the Realm of Chaos up here. Like, if they wanted to put the Realm of Chaos up here, that'd be fine. But I do want the Realm of Chaos in the game. Trust me, I never forget. I never forget. We almost have a tier 4 settlement, and then I can start getting big stompy stomps. Hey, Ghost MSL, what's up? As a hater of all elves, I don't think Nagaroth should be extended. Well, I just want Nagaroth to be a little more thick. It's a little squished. Both Nagaroth, Lustria, and the Southlands are all a bit squished. No. Also, I want the Dark Elf Watchtowers. I really want the Dark Elf Watchtowers, but that doesn't require adding more territory necessarily. That just means putting in the actual Watchtowers as settlements. There should be Dark Elf Watchtowers just like there are High Elf Gates and Empire Forts. Wine! More ingredients for my stew. Let's get Big Boy Net. I hear Morthy likes nets. Then let's max out our training so our units are as good as they can be. Oh, I want the Sphinx of Uksef in this army. I think I can drop the Sepulchral Stalkers. They don't really fit the theming I'm going with. Alright, we got one more turn till this tech is done. But Lamashazah is ready for battle. I am not going to war with these ladies. I like them. But I will go to war with the dwarfs.
Find my harem. Yes, see it is done. For the mortuary cult.
What's your favorite Tomb King unit? For me, it's the Cimmerian War Sphinx. I love the design. I mean, well, if you include the new Old World stuff, my actual favorite is the Necrolith Bone Dragon, but we haven't gotten that in game yet. I really, really hope we do one day. Because, oh god, it would make Lich High Priest so much fucking cooler if they could ride those. Because right now, the highest tier mount the Lich High Priest is probably going to be allowed to ride is like the fucking horse, unless they decide to give them the DJ Khatep treatment. Alright, I need more time to heal. I don't want to fight her just yet. Coiling Alacrity. Yeah, boy. Actually, give me the Proclamation of the 5th Dynasty. That makes my buildings cheaper.
Power in unlife.
I'd like to replace my archers with Ushapti Great Bows, but I don't have enough slots yet. He said Dark Deeds? He did say Dark Deeds. Can the Bone Dragon fly in Tabletop of the Lore? Yes, just like zombie dragons can. Ushaptis are super cool, don't get me wrong. Ushaptis are fucking goated. Actually, it's just Ushapti. I think it's technically both. I think that's actually both the plural and singular version of that word. Have you used your Beastman army on tabletop? I have, but not since they got to 1.5. There was a pretty big update to the rules. I haven't played since the big rule update. To be completely honest, I need to. There's even a very, very sweet fellow in my community who offered to just give me his Beastman army, and I need to go by and pick it up. I've just been really fucking busy.
My glory.
Better. I'm so close to the buck. Give me the buck, Morathy. Not a Total War question. Have you played the new Vermintide map? No, not yet. I want to soon.
I know a king when I see one, and your king has no majesty.
Oh. Could you imagine walking up to somebody and just shit-talking their kid right to their face? Final Fantasy before or after Loremaster tomorrow? Depends on how tired I am. Sundays are always very long. Because I do a bunch of stuff every Sunday after Lorebeards. There's stuff that I do weekly. So we'll see how I'm feeling. If I'm feeling up to it, yes. But it just depends on how we're feeling. And by we, I mean me. Valiant defeat over my fucking dead body. Do the Tomb Kings only have carrion for flyers? Not if you add the Necrolith Bone Dragon. Is it Necromancer magic that makes the Bone Dragon fly? I don't know how to tell you this because the aerodynamics don't add up. Okay, I'm gonna let you in on a secret. I'm gonna let y'all in on a secret. According to the laws of aerodynamics, regular dragons couldn't fucking fly. All right, like for any dragon to fly, there's some magic bullshit involved. All right, so So don't worry about physics, because it's already not really that important to the discussion. I know it might, like, I know it's a little harder to believe when their wings are like all shredded and shit, but the wings are more there for show, let's be honest. Don't get caught up on like, that logically wouldn't work. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you about this entire setting. Okay, let's have some of these lads defend the front. And then the rest of my army will prepare to fight Marathi's reinforcements. Y'all can reinforce these guys. Snakes. Ushapti. That's not Ushapti. Whatever the fuck that thing is. Necrosphinx. Loremaster of Sotek, they say. Can't remember the name of a fucking unit. That gives me extra magic, right? Yes, it improves your power reserves. Okay. So there's no reason not to use it right at the beginning. I need to get another Lich Priest in this army since I have Elemental Mastery now.
War statuary.
Y'all are invisible, right? Yeah, you got stock, so y'all can hide out here and ambush those nerds. Do the thing! Wait, this doesn't make sense. Nefara's Scrolls of Mighty Incantation doesn't have a range. So how is the effect proportional to the number of friendly units in range when there is no range? I mean, it's working, but the text doesn't actually make any sense. Oh my god, Malphon's here. Everybody hide your fucking kids, hide your fucking wife. How you doing, Malph? Hawk, can we get a shout out for Malphon? Ow. Ow, 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 ow! Fucking... Start putting all my skeletons back together. Bunch of fucking black arcs. What makes a bone dragon more worthy than a horse for a Tomb King? One of them's a fucking dragon? One of them is a horse? That's not even like a cool special horse, like a Bretonian horse or any of that. It's just a horse. I'm not really sure. Like, I mean, you've seen the dragon, right? Good fucking grief. Dark Elves are unleashing a hell of a volley. I'll give them that. Alright, go kill them. Kill them all. Bye-bye, bitch. You're not getting away. Yeah, I don't fucking think so. Sniper ass. Oh, 43. Oh, come on. Oh, that hurts. Excuse you, ma'am. Is she dead? Maybe? I don't know. I didn't see her dive. She is. I don't see a Morthy-shaped hole on the ground, so I guess not. Kill them. Let's do this. What is happening? Why are you stuck? Oh, there's a net on me. Okay. Full things. Hey, Legends of a Fortress! How are you guys? It's so good to see you. Hello, I missed y'all.
X100.
How have you been? We're styling on a bunch of dark elves. It's good to see y'all. Hawk, can we please give them a shout out? Not that these guys need a shout out. Everybody knows these fucking legends. What were y'all doing? I hope y'all had a good night. I assume y'all what campaign were y'all running this evening? Thank you so much for the raid. Already did. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Hawk. You're always ahead of me. Send in the big snakes. Here, Dark Elves, choke on my AoE spells, please. Okay, you chase them, you chase them. Stardust, nice! I need to get caught up on that. 12-hour stream? Holy shit, dude. They must be exhausted. Well, thank you all so much for joining me. If you don't know me, hello, hi there, I'm Loremaster ToT. I'm considered one of the premier authorities on Warhammer Fantasy lore and literature. I do a lot of stuff involving Warhammer Fantasy. Like, a good example is that, of course, I'm playing Total War Warhammer right now. But I also run a podcast called the Lordbeards Podcast, where we delve into all of the real world and in-universe history of all of the aspects of Warhammer Fantasy, and I run it with my my co-host Andy Law, who is actually a writer and creator of a lot of things that existed and were made for Warhammer Fantasy, as well as other Warhammer settings and other non-Warhammer settings. I mean, Andy's worked with everyone from like Critical Role to 40K and Fantasy and a bunch of other stuff. But we have an episode tomorrow if you'd like to join us and maybe check out Lorebeards for the first time. But you can also find us online by going to the Loremaster of ToT or Lawhammer channels if you're so inclined. But if you gotta go, and we also do talk a lot about Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay if that's something that's of interest to you. But if you gotta go, or this isn't for you, or you want to get some water, I would encourage you to get some water and stretch and all that jazz. But if this is not your kind of scene, your kind of stream, please do not feel like you need to stay. And I hope you'll consider hanging out with us and enjoying a little bit of our evening, though we won't be going for crazy much longer, but a little bit longer. And yeah, if you got any questions, literally any questions whatsoever about Warhammer Fantasy, feel free to ask. Hell, you can ask questions about anything. It doesn't even have to be Warhammer Fantasy, but if it's not Warhammer Fantasy, I cannot guarantee an accurate answer. Also, I cannot give legal counsel. I love Legends of Adventurous. That is by far not only one of the most skilled, but just God, it is the most goddamn funny fucking role plays ever. Those guys are so talented at roleplay. I mean, and comedy, but also roleplay. I don't know what bargain they struck with what dark god to be nearly as fucking funny as they are, but god damn are they funny. We could upgrade our let's get earthing so we're less likely to miscast. Desert strike on our prince. That's not our prince, that's our necrotect. On our prince, we'll get full plate armor. Get some more armor so we get smacked a little less. And we're gonna chase down Morothy and give her a little slap on the butt to make sure she leaves us alone. And we can then reach this guy, who we're also gonna spank on the butt. And DJ Khatep got a bunch more experience, so now we're gonna run back to the petrified forest so we can heal up. And then next turn, we march for the ancient city. Let's upgrade Incantation of Vengeance to make it cheaper to cast. And then this guy's gonna grab a cheaper Shim's Burning Gaze. And then you are gonna get that final point in plate armor. Do I want Sandstorm? No, I don't think so. Heads up, word on the street is that Wolfrip will be having its Session 0 story conclusion on Monday. Fuck. Okay, I need to be there. I need to message them. I loved coming every Monday for their Wolfrip streams, but my Mondays got like just absolutely blasted busy for quite a bit now. But I am very, very desperately hoping well, I should be able to make time this week. So thank you for letting me know. All I'll say is Witchlight kind of Christmas night with gorillas and crevices. Oh no, I got boned moment. Yeah, also hello. Well, hello to you as well. Hope you're having a great night. I do Baron. Hopefully I said that right. Today was very roleplay heavy. Nice. That's good shit. It's only 3 a.m., so probably a good time to sleep. Have a good night, Lone Guard. I hope you get some good rest. We have access to wine now. Does that give us anything spicy? I could get more Ouroboros. No. Need gold. I don't need gold. I can make banners now. Oh, Kassar's Fury is really good. Give me that. And I'll take another scroll of mighty incantations. And then I'll get another Ouroboros, but I don't have enough. I don't have enough stuff at the moment. We're gonna slap that scroll on our Lich Priest here. Oop. And then for our Tomb Prince, we're gonna give him the Spear of Thocht. And then our Lord is gonna take the Blade of Anthrak. Why does Khatep have the Biting Blade? That's silly. I don't really like sort of anti-heroes either, to be honest, but we can combine these two and hope I get something sexy. Talisman of Preservation! Oh, maybe. Hell yeah, give me that ward save. That's good. That's real good. Grab that. We're gonna give Kassar's Fury to there we go. Give you this. Kassar, the god of the desert wind. Okay, cool. Cool. That's all looking very nice. Clark Spire is in the middle of upgrading, which is cool. So now we can focus more on growth. And then down here at Tyrant Peak, let's get a big garrison going. We'll upgrade Scarpel's Lair. And I'm out of money. Hugh, have a good night. I hope we'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, for anyone that wants to join us for Lorebeards tomorrow, it'll be tomorrow on the Lawhammer channel. So that is both the Lawhammer Twitch channel and the Lawhammer YouTube channel, which we would encourage you to sub and follow at both those locations. As well as, if you're interested, hopefully following me over here on Twitch or subscribing to me over on YouTube at the Loremaster of SoTech channel. We would deeply appreciate it. Out of curiosity, what do your typical weeks look like for doing YouTube work compared to a 9 to 5 Monday to Friday? Also, is streaming a dream job, or would you want to be a game designer at CA? That is a question. Okay, so what is my typical week look like compared to a 9 to 5? I don't have typical weeks. I will put it that way. I generally don't, and that's not because that's a smart thing to do. That's because I am a very stupid person, and I always have struggled to follow a regular schedule. But most of the time, what my day looks like is I will usually get up somewhere, assuming I went to bed at a semi-reasonable hour, which is not always the case. I usually wake up somewhere between like 6 a.m. to like 2 p.m., depending on the day. And it sort of depends on, most of the time, a lot of my day revolves around research. So I'm usually going through my library of Warhammer books, or I am perusing for materials that I don't have for some reason. So like sometimes I'll be shopping on like eBay and stuff for like White Dwarf magazines I'm missing, or online for PDF copies. And then doing research and preparation for upcoming Lorebeard streams as well as videos and stuff. If I have access to like some sort of private build of something Creative Assembly is going to do, for instance, like for patch 6.3, we got access a couple days in advance. So if I have access to something from Creative Assembly, which sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, just depends on what time of year it is and what they're working on. I will usually dedicate a obscene amount of hours trying to find bugs that I can report to them, and also just look for ways that the game could be improved. I'm also usually working on scripts, so I'll just have like a bunch of sticky notes all over my computer about like various things I want to make videos about or talk about. And then I'll be in Microsoft Word working on and editing scripts. And that'll kind of come and go as I try not to get distracted by whatever problems my brain has. And then amidst all of that, I take care of my family. So I take care of my dog. Sadie is a full-time job. She has a lot of energy, and if she does not get to have a nice active day, she makes it everyone's problem. So a lot of my day is taking care of her, running errands, taking care of things around the house, making sure that my folks are good and they're not having any issues. How does it compare to a 9 to 5? I infinitely prefer it to a 9 to 5. I did not at any point enjoy working regular 9 to 5 jobs. I worked in a lot of retail. I also worked for some universities. And none of those were enjoyable careers in my opinion. I think, to put it really bluntly, I think in most ways, doing like YouTube content creation type stuff is infinitely easier than any 9 to 5 there is, period. They are significantly easier unless you have a personality type that makes them more difficult, which can very, very easily happen. I have a very comfortable relationship with content creation in that I don't get super stressed about it. Like, I'm not constantly looking at my analytics and being like super nervous about a lot of aspects of it. I just kind of do what I want to do when I want to do it, and so far for me that's worked out okay, and I make enough that I can live comfortably. I'm not wealthy by any stretch of the imagination, but I also can live. But I know some creators that work their fucking asses off, like they don't sleep, and they put in an absolutely horrific amount of hours on all the stuff they're doing, and they're constantly trying to innovate and study new things and make all sorts of crazy shit and try and, like, you know, be on the top of the game constantly. And for those people, this job is probably significantly harder than 9 to 5, where a lot of those you just kind of show up, do your job, and go home. I know some people that can't turn it off, right? Like, they're not able to just sit down and relax. They're always thinking about work, and they're always thinking about, oh, I could be doing something right now. Oh, I could be doing something right now. You know, it makes hobbies weird because I've basically monetized my hobbies. So, like, there is times where, like, I just want to sit down and play a video game in silence by myself, and enjoy it. But there's always that, like, nagging voice in your head that's making you wonder if you should be streaming, because if you were streaming, you'd be making money right now. Whereas if you're off stream, you're technically losing money right now. What are you doing? Oh my god, why are you not streaming? You should be streaming. If you're gonna play video games, you should at least stream it. Like, so your mileage will vary. But would I want to be a dev for CA? No, I would not. I like CA, but they are not a perfect company. They're not a perfect workplace. They have problems. And the thing is about being a dev is that you are when you're a developer for, like, Creative Assembly, or any video game company, you are at the mercy of the company you work for about what you get to do. I am passionate about Warhammer. I am not necessarily passionate about Creative Assembly, like Total War. There are Total War games, like most historical Total War games, I just don't care about. I just don't care. They're not for me. They're not what I'm interested in. So if I worked there, like, CA would say, hey, we need you to go work on this historical game that we're gonna make because we're done with Warhammer, or we don't want to do a Warhammer thing. And I would say, but I don't want to do that. And they would say, well, tough shit, that's your job, go do it. So yeah, I would not want to put myself in that environment. I like being able to just do what I want. I probably make a lot less money than well, I don't know. Devs don't get paid a lot. The developer industry is in a kind of a weird place these days. Like, even when you have a company like Creative Assembly that is generally lauded as being a pretty good place to work, they're not perfect, and they have their oopsies and their boo-boos sometimes. And, you know, you're part of, like, this big machine. Like, if I did game development, I think I would much rather work on, like, a smaller, more intimate team. But to be very clear, I don't know jack shit about game development. And I acknowledge that. If you come to my channel, you will very quickly learn that I am not one of those people that is constantly telling Creative Assembly what they can and can't do, and how dare the devs be so lazy, and why can't they just do their job and do this, all blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't do that. Because I know enough about game development, because I did study it for a little while in college, off to the side from what my main degree was. But I know enough about game development to know that I know nothing about game development. Other than it's very hard. So, yeah. I know enough about Warhammer that I am able to be an authority on that, which is really cool. And I have had the amazing privilege to be brought in by multiple studios and different projects and fan people and writers and authors who want to get my thoughts and my opinions and pick my brain on Warhammer Fantasy stuff. And the fact that I get to do that will never cease to amaze me. And it is a deep, 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 deep honor. But yeah, it's my biggest ick with streamers, not you Sotek, who moan about seeing the work monitor. Oh my, I hate that shit, dude. Like, there is nothing that I think screams like someone does not know what they're talking about as much as when someone comes out and they're like, well, there's a mod about it. If there's a mod, why didn't CA just put the mod in the game? It's like, that's not how that works. that's not how that works. CA's actually got a thing for, you know, CA actually has like a certain level of quality that they have to maintain. And also the modder is like cutting like a shitload of corners and able to make something work. And if you actually look at it underneath the hood, it's like super fucking messy. Like, good God, that's not how that works. Please. Do a little research. If I could kill that Slayer before he hits my battle lines, that'd be great. If you ever need game development knowledge, let me know. Hey, yeah, sure. Feel free to hit me up on Discord sometime. Unless you already have, in which case, sure. I've just probably forgotten, which is not unusual, and I apologize in advance.
They vex me.
They should be able to kill him. Okay, I'm pretty sure those archers killed more Tomb Guard than they did that guy, but alright, whatever. I would send my Tomb King in, but he's sitting on a horse, so I don't think I want to do that. When will the Chariot of the Gods be pulled by a Necrolith Bone Dragon? That would be fucking hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. You have in the past? I'm so sorry. Bro, I swear, if it's not Warhammer Fantasy, my memory is so ass. I'm so sorry. Okay. Dead Demon Slayer. Praise be, praise be. Okay, I need you to focus the Iron Drakes, because those scare the shit out of me, to be honest. How many does he have? Just the 2? I don't care about the regular Iron Drakes. It's the Trollhammer torpedoes that stress me out. Pew 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 pew. Oh my, he's got 3. Fuck me. Okay. Start shooting those Slayers, archers. Actually, Carrion, y'all can deal with that. Okay, luckily they're firing uphill, so it's gonna be pretty inaccurate. He says as they start just absolutely wailing on him. Yeah, I need my Shop T to pull back. Okay, you two go over this way. You're gonna come over here this way. Alright, they'll be gone for a bit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's get stuck in! Tomb King, you can fight him. Archers, let's focus these guys. Lich Priest, we're gonna keep melting these Trollhammer torpedoes. Archers, let's focus the Iron Drakes. Send in more Ushapti. One of those Iron Drakes. Oh, everything's very painful.
Worships me.
Cast Restore. Okay, Shanti, you're doing really well. So that's good at least. Everything hurts.
Incantation of power.
Oh my god, there's more?
King.
Okay, I need y'all to start shutting down artillery units.
Arise.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared, dude. Which way are these guys facing? Okay, they're not facing us in a good way, which means we can shoot them in the back. Shut down the shooting! Oh, I'm out of magic. Okay, that's all of the Trollhammer torpedoes offline. That's excellent.
Rise. Fight.
We're gonna start having our Shabti head further afield. Tomb King's doing his job. I'm gonna start draining this Lord, because screw this guy. Shoot him. Carrying or doing their damnedest. Ah, leave me alone! Shoot him! Oh, good job, guys. Okay, we're in the back line now. That's awesome. Escort them off the battlefield, please. Shoot him. Here. Oh, that's not good. No, leave me alone. That's a very expensive piece of equipment. Please stop. You guys get in there. Damn it. Okay, they're doing a really good job chasing all those units off. We're taking a lot of heat, but it's going the way it's got to go. Okay, we're gonna pull y'all further away. Same with you. Get out of there. We're losing that flank, which sucks, but it is what it is. If y'all could just hurry up and shatter, that would make me so happy. Yeah, like them.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Molder Clan.
Alexander donated 200 Swedish krona through Super Chat.
Oh, thank you.
1 to 2 months ago, I asked if you thought Teclis would get a mechanic, which he probably would not get. So happy to see that he will get one now. Feels like 7.0 will be their most ambitious DLC out of the 4.
I could not agree more. I could not agree more. I think we've got some very exciting times up ahead. Could y'all help the Lich Priest? That would be really nice. Okay, good. Oh, nice. You're below half health, which means minus 60 armor. I need to tell them they need to add, it just occurred to me, Khatep doesn't actually have access to the curse that all the Lich Priests do. Which is a little silly. I feel like Khatep should have the Lich Priest curse, because, like, it's the curse that all the Lich Priests have. And what is he if not just a big boy Lich Priest, right? If we could kill that Demon Slayer, that would be so nice. Fighting fair is for nerds. Don't do it. Fuck me, that hurt. Ushapti, where are you? Shoot those. Thank you again, Alexander, for the super chat. I really appreciate the support, my dude. Oh, no, they're, yeah, okay, they're toast. Quite literally. Is that army losses? Victory! Oh my god. That was so painful. Oh, if I end the battle now, I get to keep my Ushapti. Oh! Ow! We killed a lot of dwarves, but ow! Please, mercy. Do I think they'll revert Khatep to the cult for Cetra? Yes, so long as people keep up asking. Is Total War 3 strat or turn? DJ Hero, I'm not sure it's both. It's a real-time strategy battle game with a turn-based campaign system. So on the campaign map, which is this level where you like are building your empire and taking over settlements and doing your tech tree and recruiting units and all that stuff, this part is turn-based, but the rest of the game, all of the battles are real-time. Hopefully that answers your question.
Never.
Yeah, I will note that for the Total War Warhammer games, the battles are kind of often considered like the main selling point. Whereas in other Total War games, the battles have always kind of been the main selling point for most of the Total War games. But this one in particular, the battles are like really over the top, dramatic, flashy, crazy, and cool. And the other elements of the game, notably the campaign stuff, is a little simpler than the other Total War games. Like if you've played any of the classics, like Total War Shogun, Total War Shogun 2, Total War Medieval 2 and stuff, oftentimes they are seen as having more complex campaign systems, but their battles tend to be a good bit on the simpler side, because the unit variety is just very, very little, right? Because in this game you're dealing with over 20 races, all of which have completely unique rosters with all sorts of crazy monsters and spells and characters and yada yada yada. Whereas when you're playing traditional Total War games, they're just like people, right? It's just like a bunch of guys. So yeah, hopefully that is helpful information. Oh, I could get Zotes, dude. I want Zotes. Zotes would be so good in my Tomb King army. I mean, so would Hawk Riders. Hawk Riders actually would be quite good as well. I will take... Well, no, I don't really want another Tomb Person deck. Give me the Ouroboros for my Tomb King so we can give him perma regen. I also want him to have a standard of Kassar because it'll make him into an absolute beast.
Address me as your highness.
Here. Now you got regen, and here, this banner will let you have frenzy.
Appease me.
Khatep could use an actual weapon. I think the Blade of Khatep would actually be good on Khatep because it gives him this big debuff. So if anyone gets too close to him, he can be like, debuff! Also, if I just get enough like random shit together, I can combine them to get higher tier items. The Cloak of the Dunes. Makes a character unspottable. That's
You bring
it's cute on like a Lich Priest.
Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for
Mother Clan.
Frankie donated $5 through Super Chat.
Thank you, Frankie.
Currently building a Mortis engine. What were they like in lore? And how boned am I if I encounter one?
How boned are you if you encounter a Mortis engine? You're pretty fucking boned. Well, thank you for the $5 super chat. Here, how about this? How about I just read to you? Do I have my vampire counts book in my line of sight? That's the real question. Yes, I do. I love when I remember where I put things. We're just having a nice chill night. We can take a moment to do some reading. Yeah, these are actually introduced in 8th edition. Alright. The Mortis Engine. Many necromancers and lich lords have risen to kingship over the undead, becoming so saturated with evil power that their physical forms radiate magic. Some vampires actively seek out the citadels of those lords who have gone before, hoping to take possession of their remains and to use them against the living. No mere casket or hearse could be fit to bear the remains of one of these masters of the night, referencing the black coach, because the black coach is, if you actually look at a black coach, it's like a hearse essentially. So it's a coach that has the remains usually of a vampire in it. And basically the black coach is driven around by a Karen Wraith that reaps the souls and kills lots of people, and all that deathly magic regenerates the vampire that's contained within it. But in this case, these guys are too powerful for such a black coach. Instead, they are enshrined within a Mortis Engine, a cage of fused bone, surrounded by trappings of grandeur and born to war by a host of spirits bound to the infernal device. Though all that remains of their evil sovereign may be a wizened skull or a gilded finger bone, these spirits are forced to protect the unhallowed remains for the rest of eternity. The evil soul that clings to the unholy relic attracts the attentions of wailing tomb banshees, who shriek and howl in the air above the grotesque hearse. The Mortis Engines are watched over by deathless attendants known as Corpse Masters, trusted servants of the vampire counts, who have proven immune to the dire energies that emanate from the relics within. One might say they're kinda like a blank. When the Corpse Master removes the locks and opens the lead-lined reliquary, the deadly artifact inside can be held aloft, stealing life energy from the enemy and energizing nearby undead. The longer a battle rages, the more energies the relic absorbs and the more powerful it becomes. Mortis Engines can usually be found where the fighting is thickest, drifting ominously near to the battle line where their power is needed most. However, so redolent with dark magic are these artifacts that opening the reliquary is not without risk. Its power can sometimes tear apart the engine itself. Indeed, if such a dread relic is ever shattered upon the field of battle, the subsequent release of pure evil has been known to smite everything in the vicinity, living or dead, in a wave of destructive dark magic. Some reliquaries also carry blasphemous tomes to battle, or scrolls of parchment rumored to have been penned by Nagash himself. Oftentimes, the winds of magic become nigh uncontrollable when such a fell tome is near. Heavy with evil magics, painstakingly illuminated with such care that their creators' souls have passed into the leaves of human skin that form its pages, these books can be a boon to the twisted practitioners of necromancy, but also the bane of reckless and unwary spellcasters. There you go. That is a Mortis Engine. They are super fucking nasty. I don't remember. I don't think they have their Blasphemous Tome upgrade in Total War. I don't think. They should add that when we get a Vampire Counts update to their like tech tree and stuff. I'm just gonna go back to my sub and heal. Do Tomb Kings get ranged hero items? They can get the generic ones. They don't have any dedicated ones, but they can get generic ones. Samurais, no, I haven't seen it.
Call me witch?
I'm a little annoyed she took that, but alright.
I seek absolution. Unliving curse.
Oh yeah, upgrade Clark Harand. Very cool, very nice.
Wood Elf Spellweaver.
Thank you, Hawk. I'll check it out after the stream. I won't do it right now. We're gonna be pushing 60 by the time Beloved or Vampire Crowds get the rework. I mean, well, okay, how old are you now, though? I mean, Hello, Sotek. I expect someone told you about the figurine during the CA. I think you mean I noticed it and lost my fucking shit because that's a Dreadmaw? Train Riot, have a good night, dude.
Great ritual.
It's mine! The third book of Nagash. Regions that we occupy or sack will be hit by a sandstorm, and we're immune to sandstorm attrition. Hell yeah. It's too bad the effect doesn't really show up on the campaign map. It does if you use the right, but this version of it doesn't really generate much of an effect. I think it used to, but it doesn't right now. Mentor, please. Banishment. Trap Soul. Blade Master and hard to hit. Next attack, let's do Priesthood of Kassar because I want my Lich Priest to be like super high level when I recruit them.
Immortality and power.
Immortality and power. Oh, I could get more. Wait a second, actually. Patronage of the 5th Dynasty. Oh, that gives me catapults and snakes. Okay. All right. I mean, I'll take more of those, and for right now, I'll just take more guys for right now. Eventually, we're gonna replace those with heroes, but for the moment, that's fine. Oh my good god! Taking this settlement just automatically gave us a Necrosphinx and a War Sphinx. Well then. I mean, if you're just gonna like hand it to me on a silver platter, I mean, who am I to say no, right? That would just be rude. And I don't want to be rude.
Rich Lord of Henry,
I mean, we don't want to be rude, do we, chat?
This is my order.
Give me those statues. Rebellion? Who's gonna rebel? Who cares? Oh, actually, you're right next door. Why don't you head over this way and deal with that for me? Are the bone dragons constructs or actual undead dragons? They are actual undead dragons. The necrolith bone dragons were a species. They weren't called that originally, but they were a species of river dragons that lived along the river, the Great Batay River, which was a fucking huge river. And it when they were either captured and enslaved or willingly submitted to various Tomb Kings and Lich High Priests over the millennia of Nehekara's history. And at the end of it, and when those individuals would die, they would take their beloved dragon mounts or dragon slaves into their tombs with them. So their dragons would be mummified alongside with them, just like they do with other Tomb King mounts. But they're big mummified dragons that were bound to the Tomb Kings in life, whether they willed it or not.
Find my harem. You define me. Nehekara will be mine.
Alright, finally on a chariot. Good.
King of greatest dynasty.
More Ushop debuffs. More Ushop debuffs. This will give me iron. We desire it. We desire the iron. Oh wait, no, don't do that. I want to save my money for next turn because I have some expensive purchases next turn. River dragons that sound so cool. Are there any that still exist? No, they all died. Nagash's great ritual. Well, Nagash had a two-part thing. The way Nagash defeated Nehekara primarily was that he poisoned the Great Batay River. No, Batay, as in life, like vitality, is what it was known in life. But Nagash lost a war against the Tomb Kings, and instead of losing and being like, oh, you got me, fair game, okay, Nagash decided to say fuck that, and he unleashed horror upon Nehekara he created like a horrible, unspeakably foul plague, essentially, and he had it dumped into the Great Batay River, which turned it the color of blood and caused it to become this like sluggish, slow, disgusting, diseased horror, just bleh. And it was so bad that it killed everything. Even to this day, thousands of years later, anyone that tries to, even one that so much as touches what is now known as the Great Mortis River, will pretty much instantly grow sick and die. It's that bad. Like it is not a place you want to be. Because remember, kids, at the end of the day, he may be cool as fuck, and I genuinely mean it. I think Nagash is one of the coolest fucking characters in all of Warhammer, but he is a miserably bitchy little sword loser. Like, the dude's got no chill, man. No chill at all. Is it worse than the Chaos Dwarf River? The River Ruin? Yeah. It is worse than the River Ruin. We should probably get rid of the Cult of Pleasure. It's not really doing a lot for me, to be honest.
You bring token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes.
Hey, Mark RL!
Good,
Thank you so much for
good.
the super chat,
I
dude.
accept your offering.
That's very sweet of you.
The clan.
Thank you.
Mark RL donated $20 through Super Chat.
Oh.
Hi Sotec. Thank you for making my long shifts much more enjoyable.
Well, thank you so much for coming by and hanging out with me. I really appreciate it, dude. I can't get any more bow shop tea yet. I could get some regular shop tea. Yeah, let's replace our Necropolis Knights with shop tea because I get better buffs for them, to be honest.
Arise, legions. Prepare the crypt.
He wants you to arise. Are you gonna arise, chat? Yeah, Lorebeards is tomorrow on the Lawhammer channel. Hawk, if we could post links to the stream for tomorrow's channel for anyone in chat that wants to watch Lorebeards tomorrow, I'd highly recommend it. We're on part 2 of the story of Morathi. This is all new lore from the old world, right? Just the Necrolith Bone Dragon is new lore. All the shit about like the Vitae River and stuff being poisoned, that's from like old writing. That's like Warhammer Fantasy 3rd edition or 4th edition. I want the Tomb Scorpion building. I don't remember hiring you, but sure. Oh wait, no. Okay, now I remember. Like, I don't remember hiring this loser. In the leak, there was also a Dreadmaw for Norska. Might have been a pretty accurate leak then. I mean, so I realize this is not a popular opinion. I'm gonna say that in advance. I, generally speaking, do not like leaks. I don't like them. I prefer to try and guess and predict things based on my own ability to try and like figure out what CA's up to, and like what they might think will make for a good DLC versus not. I like to do the theory crafting on my own and try and make predictions based on my understanding of the setting and what I think would make for good content. I am not that interested in just like looking at a leak and being like, oh, well, that's it. Like, I don't think that's entertaining. And I'm not trying to like shame anybody that thinks the leaks are cool. Like, if you want to check out the leaks and you like them, good, cool, awesome, good for you, dude. Genuinely go for it. Go for it. That's just not my preference. And once again, I do not mean that in like a mean way, or I'm not trying to like rain on your parade or anything. It's just not my preference. Hopefully that is understandable. Where am I going now? I guess I could go fight the Norskins, who are still alive. Oh, that's right. Have any of y'all seen the bug for the Lizardmen and why the Lizardmen are like so bad right now as an AI? So if you haven't noticed, the lizardmen in Total War 3 currently have a bug in this patch where the AI is completely unable to recruit any new units. Like, they just can't. There's also some weird stuff like Slanesh getting a Praeton, but also saying Beastman will get a DLC. Really? Okay. All right. You have my intrigue. I'll tell you what. I'll look at it after the stream, and if there's anything in it, like if I think that it's genuinely really weird, and that it could, well, okay, actually no, I'll rephrase it this way. Let me rephrase it this way. Let me do the smart thing, right? Would y'all want me to cover the leak? Because it might not be real. It sounds like it's made some pretty genuinely impressive predictions that are not easy to have predicted. But if you're out there and you're like, I understand SoTech that you're a big ninny, but I would really like you to cover it. I can totally respect that, and I would genuinely value that input. So like, so we can do it in the sense of like, if you would like me to look at it and cover it, type in like a 1. And if you're like, nope, that's dumb, I don't care, I don't want to, like, whatever, I don't give a shit, then type 2. Let's do that. 1s if you think I should cover it, 2s if you think I should. And I'm genuinely indifferent. Like, I don't care. Like, if y'all really want me to cover it, I'll cover it. What if I'm indifferent? Then don't vote, I guess. One more turn till my big boys are ready. Oh, we can get him a Tomb Prince now. We got some big dick Tomb Princes. Banishment is cool, but I think I'd rather have him with more combat stats, to be honest. Well, nah, let's get Banishment for funsies.
I am my father's son.
Okay, 2. I see you building defensive structures. Do you think they're worth it for Tomb Kings now? I'm gonna be honest. Okay, the true answer to that question is my brain no work, in the sense that, like, whenever I build settlements, I just automatically build defensive structures in all of them, regardless of whether or not it's actually necessary, with very rare exception, because my brain just is like, oh yeah, that's what we're supposed to do. So take that into account. The garrisons were buffed. Also, I saw someone asking about the ancient city of Quintex for the Tomb Kings. So level 1 is 150 income, 5 canonic jars, 20 growth, and 2% extra building income from all buildings at the province. Level 2 is 300 income, 10 jars, 30 growth, 5% income. And level 5 is 450 gold per turn, 25 jars per turn, 40 growth, and 10% income from the province. But yeah, I believe they got buffed, because now, let's see, the garrison here, let's see, we got 2 Nehekar warriors, 1 tomb guard, 1 archer, screaming skull catapult, 2 warriors, 2 archers, 1 guard catapult, 2 tomb guard regular, 1 tomb guard halberd, 1 archer, 1 skeleton chariot archer, 1 Ushabti, and a casket of souls. And that's in addition to what you get from the main building That's, I mean, the Casket of Souls, that's actually fucking terrifying. And then what's the minor settlement? The basic one is 2 additional warriors and an archer, which is good. This one's 2 additional archers, 1 tomb guard, 1 tomb guard halberd, 1 archer, 1 skeleton chariot. And you get the legionary barrage for minor and major settlements. I'd say that's pretty good. I'd say that's worth it, in my opinion. That's reasonable to defend like a minor settlement battle map with. I still wish there was the ability to build walls. Like if you decided to invest in it, I wish there was a way you could build walls on minor settlements, because I would. I need gold, dude. Where the fuck is the nearest gold? I know there's some in Heshwaddle, which I do have to take anyway. So I guess that's my answer, and I should just shut up and play the game.
My glory.
Okay, I'm seeing a pretty good mix of 1s and 2s.
Yotam9 cheered. X100. I wish CA used this opportunity to give Khatep the Loremaster and the Hierophant skills, as well as his missing item. Also kind of wish he buffed Caskets of Souls and Air Titan more, rather than focusing so much on Tomb Guard.
So, what I'll say to that is that I agree. So I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that so, as stupid as this is gonna sound, I don't think the Casket of Souls need any buffs. The new tech tree makes Caskets of Souls fucking insane. The fact that they get like 360 missile block with a 33% shield is crazy. On top of whatever items they might have. I do agree that I think it'd be very nice if maybe like Arcane Knowledge or Mortuary Cult Scholar or the Grand Hierophant or one of these buffed the Hierotitan. I think that would be cool.
Donated 14 Australian dollars and 99 cents through Super Chat. I really want CA to import all the narratives for everyone who had them from Warhammer 1, 2 and 3 and make them doable in Immortal Empires. Just make them a toggle so people don't have to do them.
Yeah, that's something I've been broaching about with them, but I haven't gotten like a definitive answer. I'll ask about Khatep. I am making a video about missing items, but I think there will be a time and a place for that. So what I would say is that when it comes to adding in the missing items, there are a couple of characters that are missing legendary items. Khatep is missing 1. Cetra is missing 2. Morgur is missing 1. And then obviously a lot of them just aren't that good. So my hope is that we will be able to convince Creative Assembly, cause they've already promised the community that they're going to do a pass on legendary items, because a lot of people want more legendary items, or want legendary items to be better, because right now they're kind of meh. So I am fully down for that personally, but so what I would recommend we do is I would recommend we pressure CA in the sense, once again politely with love, that when they do the update, which will probably be a pretty big patch, to go through and rebalance all of the unique items, that they add the missing ones, right? So I would say let them go in and add in the however many missing items, to then because they're gonna be like in the weeds of that relevant section anyway, so let's do something that's relevant to that patch. Almantis, what are you up to? Can we get a shout out for Almantis on Twitch chat, please? Also, why the fuck do you not have, hold on, you're missing something. If I don't do it now, I'll forget. Boop. There we go. Much better. Haha, now you're pink.
Yes.
But, yeah. So I think, I agree with you, but I think the proper time to initiate that moment, or that discussion, and really go ham on it is approaching, but we're not quite there yet.
Next time we move.
Yeah, he's gonna go after the book.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Scion of the Emperor donated $7 Australian dollars and 99 cents through Super Chat. 10 ones to 8 twos. The people have spoken.
Oh! I mean, that's like
Yotam
basically
9
50-50.
X100. I think it would be cool if the skill that gave mastery of
I'll
the
look at it
elemental
after
was
stream,
to
and
which
if I think it
gave to
warrants a
Pyrotitus
video,
and
I'll make a
Baskets
video
of
on it.
Souls as well.
I agree. I don't know if we'd be able to get it on all of those, but we could probably make the argument of giving it to like Hyrotitans. Casket of Souls might be a bit of a stretch. What time is it? Holy fuck, it's almost 3 a.m.
Bring a token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Always for Mulder
Salvaship
Clan.
donated $5 through Super Chat. If Vampire Coast ever got some DLC, what units/heroes/lord would you like to see?
Jade Vampires. Jade Vampires. I would like to see the Jade Vampire bloodline brought in as part of the Vampire Coast, and they should get a new legendary lord who's based off the really, I can't remember her name, but there's a really, really, really famous pirate queen from China, who has a fascinating story. Like, she was such a badass that in order to get rid of her, China basically bribed her into retiring. And it's a very cool story. And I think that she would make the perfect template for exploring a Jade Vampire Pirate Queen. And that the Jade Vampire should be looked at to expand the Vampire Coast range. Because based on what currently exists, there's not really anything they're missing, realistically. But if we add in, like, Chinese influence... Xing Yi Sao, I butchered that, probably. But that will have to be close enough for now. That is her name, apparently. She's a goat.
What?
I think she would make a fantastical inspirational character. What about Sharkman? Yeah, you could do Sharkman. Because I mean, it's you're right that it's also kind of the Stromfels faction. So yeah, you could have the Sharkman of Stromfels.
Salsa cheered. X100. Zheng Yi Sao has a lot of cool stories.
Exactly. So she would make perfect inspiration, in my humble opinion. All right, my dudes. It's almost 3 a.m. and I have to be up for Lorebeards, like up and in my seat, ready to yap. In fucking
Yotam 9 cheered. X100.
Hold on.
Also wanted to mention that the Soros Spears and Temple Guard blessed units have an extra 8 melee defense and 10 armor over their non-blessed counterparts, rather than just woodsman/charge bonus. Still kind of boring, but not completely useless.
Yeah, no, I agree. They're not useless. I did not say they were useless. I said they were boring.
X100.
or rather, their unique buffs were stupid. I might have said that, but I very much agree that they are not a useless unit. I run them. but I would like to see them treated with the same amount of like, ooh, ah, as the others, is what I would say to that. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Cultist Prince. I don't really care for Heir of the Chariot King, to be honest. So I guess I'll go bottom one. But, unfortunately, I do believe, indubitably, that the time has come for us to call it a night, my dudes. As much as I would genuinely love to just sit here and just stream until the cows come home, we got work to do tomorrow. And Sundays are always really long for me, so... I want to thank you all again for taking the time to come hang out with me and enjoy some 6.3. More than likely, for the next... Oh, Blaine Wiz, thank you very much for the 100 bits, by the way. I really appreciate it. For the next several streams, we're going to be going back to Final Fantasy XIV for a while. Unless something crazy happens with Total War, but I want to try... I really wanted to go ham on Final Fantasy XIV until 7.0 comes out. So we're probably going to focus primarily on Final Fantasy XIV on streams until Tides of Torment releases. But thank you all again very much for taking the time to come hang out with me. I promise after the stream, Hawk, I think, said he DM'd me the leaks. So after the stream, I will go look at those. And if those appear to be worth talking about, like they look interesting to me, then we could do a video on it. I mean, it could give me an excuse to talk about things I wouldn't otherwise. So I will go take a gander at those before I go to sleep. And real quick, I'm going to see if we have any buddies online. We do! I love when there are people online that we can raid. So we're going to set up some raids and such here. And I will see you all tomorrow morning on the Lawhammer channel in 7 hours. 7 hours from right now. Go over to Lawhammer on YouTube and or Twitch. And I'll see you there to talk some more about Morathi. It'll be a good time. But I'm going to send y'all off to watch some more Total War. Mercy is online doing stuff, so why don't we go raid Mercy. Thank you all again, and I'll see you next time. Have a good night. Bye.